My name is Decker Fraser. I've been advertising on LinkedIn since 2011. I was the Vice President of Marketing for Google Accelerator startup. I was a global marketing manager for Sony PlayStation. I taught digital marketing at the college level. I also taught LinkedIn advertising for the Direct Marketing Association of Northern California. In addition, I studied digital marketing during my MBA in marketing at the Kellogg School of Management, the #1 ranked business school in the world for marketing. This video is a free preview of my full course on LinkedIn advertising and marketing, which you can download using the link in the description. Let's get started. I'm going to reveal the 4 most common mistakes that I see with LinkedIn advertising. When I first join a company, or when I first start doing marketing consulting for a company, I often suggest LinkedIn advertising. And the typical response is something to the effect of, we tried that, didn't really work, we're going to focus on Google ads, we're going to focus on Facebook ads. Now, the good news is, with just a few small tactical changes, I can usually produce a very strong improvement in the LinkedIn ads. So let's talk about what the mistakes are and how to address them. The first one, and this only applies when you're dealing with demand generation, lead generation, it is sending traffic from your ads to your homepage or to a campaign-specific landing page. Now, the problem with sending people to a landing page is that they have to click your ad on their phone or on their laptop. Your website landing page needs to load, and then they have to see another form that they may or may not fill out. So every time you introduce another step, you're introducing a friction point. You're introducing the issue of time, where it may take time for that website to load and somebody might abandon it. And you have to optimize each one of those steps to make sure that the conversion rate optimization is perfect. Because if it's not, you're not going to generate any leads, you're going to have nothing in your demand generation funnel. You can address all of that by simply having a lead gen form in LinkedIn itself. The prospect doesn't have to leave LinkedIn, and they don't have to go to your website. Now, your website may not be optimized properly, it may not be tested, and if you do want to send people there, you're going to have to spend a lot of time and money to make sure that it's a seamless process. You don't need to do that because you can simply capture the leads within LinkedIn itself. So some people will say, okay, I like the lead gen forms, but I have to manually collect them in a CSV file that I export from LinkedIn, have to import that into Salesforce or whatever your CRM is. It's just too much of a pain. You can fix that with something like a Zapier integration. So it is much more scalable than people realize. The other thing that I want to point out is that the LinkedIn forms are not just applicable when you're doing image ads and video ads. It also applies when you're doing the message ads that go directly to people's inbox. There are cases where you're still going to have to send people to your landing page, and that is when you use LinkedIn's cheapest ad type, which is those simple text ads that have a tiny image associated with them. So you can't avoid the CRO issue completely, but you can significantly reduce it by doing the native lead capture forms. The second common mistake I see is that advertising on LinkedIn doesn't use enough negative targeting. And when people actually look through the analytics and to see why their LinkedIn advertising underperformed, it's often because the people seeing the ad weren't the people that you expected to see the ad. And often it's a lot of people in sales and business development. So if you're not selling a sales tool or a business development tool, you're probably wasting a lot of money getting reach to people that are not applicable to your target customer group. So the way to fix that is look at the data to see who are seeing your ads that shouldn't be, and then introduce negative targeting. So negative targeting based on job title, based on location, based on whatever you see as the issue in your analytics. The number 3 issue I see is that people rely on the default price bidding that LinkedIn suggests. You don't want to do that, at least not in the beginning. What you want to do is use cost per click, which is typically what you would use with something like Google Ads. So change the price bidding to cost per click. Now, even when people get to that step, they make another mistake, which is they go with the recommended bid. You do not want to start with the recommended bid. You want to go with the minimum bid. But the minimum bid is not obvious. So what you need to do is you need to put in an extremely low bid, like $1 or 25 cents, and then LinkedIn will rebuttal and say the minimum bid that you can do is, I don't know, $2 or something like that. So put in that minimum bid, or even slightly higher than the minimum bid sometimes, just to make sure you're one-upping your competitors. The other thing that I notice is there's this attitude that LinkedIn advertising is good for basically two things. It's good for content marketing, so doing things like getting people to download a webinar, which is sometimes a questionable use of our advertising budget, but depending on your strategy, it may make sense. And the other is that LinkedIn is good for awareness marketing. And I'm not disagreeing with these two things. I think LinkedIn can be very effective for those two things. But I think what people are missing is that LinkedIn is an extremely effective tool for demand generation. So pure sales-oriented lead generation. Now, the last thing that is a bonus is the idea that you want to focus on lead nurturing. And this is something that is also applicable to Facebook advertising. Now, when people are used to using Google Ads, they're used to dealing with people that are at the very bottom of the funnel. They're actively searching for something to buy. They're actively searching for a solution. They're pretty close to making a purchase. But the level of awareness and intent when you're doing social media advertising is often lower than you would expect. So what you need to do is you need to continue marketing to those people through advertising and through emails in particular. And there are other techniques you can use like SMS, you can have SDR outreach. But the main thing I would say would be email marketing. And what you need to do is continue educating them about the problem that you solve, about why you're the best solution, and why somebody should actually engage with your sales team. So building that nurturing sequence should help improve performance of your LinkedIn advertising. I mentioned that one of the big missed opportunities in LinkedIn advertising is failing to use the lead gen form. So I want to walk you through how you might approach this. So here we are in the campaign manager. What I'm going to do is create a campaign within the default campaign group. I'm going to hit click campaign. Okay, so I'm in the default campaign group here. I'm going to hit next. And you can see the three clusters of objectives, which are awareness, consideration, and conversions. I'm going to hit lead generation. We're going to change the location to, let's just say it's the United Kingdom. I'm going to shut off enable audience expansion because I only want to target specific groups of people in most cases. I'm going to select single image ad since that's the standard image that you would run for an ad, and I would enable audience expansion, but that's not available when you use the lead gen advertising. I'm going to leave the budget at $50. I'm going to run it based on the default timing here. I'm going to change this from maximum delivery to manual bidding, and I'm going to put in $1 as a kind of just a low number so that LinkedIn rebuttals with a different bid. So your bid must be at least $340. So I'm just going to go ahead and put $341. I'm going to cancel this conversion tracking because I'm just focused on the lead gen submissions. Hit next, save. Okay, I'm going to hit create new ad. I'm going to call it problem A. And then I'm going to say, if you do nothing, problem A will get worse. Act now, and then I might put in maybe a testimonial, maybe a proof point, so percentage or something, maybe a quotation from a study. So this just gives you a rough idea of what an ad might look like, and you can see the preview on the side here. You're going to be able to upload an image, so let's just try this. So an image that you can create in Canva or a different program. You have to put in a website, so I'm going to try this. And then I can put in a headline. So, do you have problem A? If you do, act now quickly. Free trial, free demo, free consultation, available until, let's just say, June 30th. Okay, now the most important thing I want to call out here is the form details, which is the calls to action that you can have for the lead gen form. And typically you would want to go with something like sign up. Register might be good if you're doing something like a webinar. Download is appropriate if you're doing like a white paper or pre-recorded video. But typically I'm doing something like a free consultation, something like that. And then you can select a lead gen form. You can either select one of these ones that has already been created, or you can create a new one. And you can see on the right here a preview of what the lead gen form is going to look like before the user hits the submit button. So let's see what it's like to create a new form. I'm going to call this demo request 2021. I'm going to say free consultation for SaaS companies. Learn X, learn Y, learn Z. And I have a privacy policy here. So it's a requirement to have a privacy policy. I just created one in MailChimp, a very kind of standard template-y one. You can add more text if you want. I wouldn't bother. First name, last name, email. So again, these get pre-populated. So there really is not much risk in adding more of these entry fields if the user has it pre-populated. You might want to add something else like company, size, to help disqualify certain candidates. You can add a custom question. So could be, which are you most interested in? And then you could say something like feature A, feature B. You can add a custom question that is not a multiple choice. It could be, how can I help you the most? Now, there's a confirmation message, which is a great opportunity to either drive people to a calendar to schedule a meeting with you if you're doing something like a consultation. If you're doing something like a free trial, it might be motivating people to do what you want them to do next, like remember to integrate with your accounting software. Or it could be something like make sure you try 3 dictations. Whatever step you want people to take after they sign up. Schedule a call. And then you can put in a link that could be to a calendar, or maybe you just want them to check out your homepage. Maybe you want them to contact sales. Well, you could put a link directly here to the salesperson's calendar so that they reach out to them. And you have a call to action again associated with the thank you page. So this is the good thing about lead gen advertising, is that you not only get to capture the person's information, but you also get to push them to a second call to action. So it could be like view now. So for example, if somebody requests a demo, what you might do is drive them to a video that sort of demonstrates what the software does, so that when they actually have the one-on-one demo, they're going into that conversation with more information. They're a more qualified lead at that point. So I'm just going to hit create here. And we can see that there's one error, which is the landing page URL. So I'm just going to use the same page I used earlier. And you can see that after somebody submits the form, they're going to see this. This is on desktop, this is on mobile, and they're going to hit View Now, which is the second call to action. And it's requiring we use this format, so no problem. Hit Create. And this is how the ad will show up. So there's an issue here with the image. That's fine. You would just go into Canva or Photoshop or Illustrator, redo that, and that's basically how you would create a lead gen form. And you can see here that there's the sign up, and the person just needs to fill out this information, which is required, and hit submit. And that's going to help you generate leads, which will feed into the LinkedIn system. I'm going to teach you how to solve the second major problem that I see with LinkedIn advertising, which is not doing enough negative targeting. So I've gone into the campaign manager, I'm in this default campaign group, and I'm in this section here where I can see the audience. I'm going to click the audience. And you can see that I have a location. Perhaps in your case you may have a list upload, so perhaps people from your database have been added in here, or perhaps there's people that fit specific demographic information, or they belong to certain types of companies or certain educations. So there are a lot of variables here that you can play around with, but the one that I want to focus on is this, which is the exclude option. This is something advertisers perhaps don't do enough of, and I'm going to click this. So now I'm narrowing the audience, and LinkedIn reminds you that that's what you're doing. You're not expanding it, and we can narrow it based on certain criteria. So what I'm going to type in here is sales, and sales is going to show up with some different categories. So there's sales as a member skill, there's salesperson as a job title, Salesforce. What I'm going to say is job function, because often you're going to be advertising to people that are in sales that may not necessarily be people that are trying to buy from you, but they're trying to sell you something. You could type in other things here as well. So for example, perhaps physicians are the target for your product. But what you want to do is exclude a physician assistant. Okay, so right now what it's trying to do is narrow into job function. So I'm just going to hit this little home thing, and I'm going to type in physician assistant as a job title. Okay, so this is an example of how you can set up negative targeting to make sure that people that probably shouldn't be seeing your ad won't. Now, another thing that I want to point out here is I often do not leave this on, the audience expansion, because then there's a higher probability that someone that is not really a good candidate for your product will see it. What I do recommend, however, is expanding to the LinkedIn Audience Network when it's available, and with the given ad type that I have here, that's just not possible. So that's how you set up negative targeting. However, another thing to point out is that you want to look at who is actually looking at the ads that you have been running. So I'm going to click this tab, Campaign Performance. I'm going to go to Demographics, and I go into more detail about this later in the course, but here you can see who is actually seeing your ads based on things like job function, company size, seniority, etc. And so this can help inform the negative targeting that you do set up. The third major problem that I see with LinkedIn advertising is a failure to properly optimize the bidding, especially in the early stages when you maybe don't know exactly what you're doing. There's potential that you might be overspending by reaching too many people, or reaching too many people that are really not within your target customer group. So what I'm going to do here is open this campaign, and I'm going to go to the budget and scheduling section. You can also get there just by scrolling down. And you can see here that there are two different bidding strategies here, maximum delivery. And often this will show up as the default. So what you want to do is hit the downward arrow and select manual bidding enhanced. And you can see that we're set to a per click basis. We're not being charged based on impression. And I'm going to start by putting in a very low bid, let's say $1. And then I'm going to click here. And then what happens is you get red text and you get an X here, and then you get red text here as well. So what LinkedIn is telling me is that $1 is not the minimum bid. The minimum bid is actually $3.40. So I'm going to go ahead and type in $3.41. And what I've successfully done here was basically find out what the lowest possible bid is. I've improved it a little bit by adding a cent, perhaps to outdo some of the competitors who may simply bid the lowest bid. And it's not readily available that that is the lowest bid. So you have to start by kind of putting in a lowballing LinkedIn essentially so that it tells you what the lowest bid is. Now, the other thing that I want to call out here is that I've left the daily budget the same. It doesn't really matter to me whether I'm spending $50 or $100 a day, especially when I'm starting out. But most importantly, I'm doing this on a cost per click basis so that I'm not being charged based on impression. The last thing I want to point out about producing better results from LinkedIn ads is an emphasis on lead nurturing. What this is going to do is make a lead generation more effective as a full demand generation system. And one of the key things here is that you may need to set up a Zapier integration, particularly if you're using the LinkedIn sign-up forms, because those demo request forms or free consultation requests or free trial signups are probably going to need to be integrated with perhaps your CRM or perhaps your software if people sign up in the app itself. And then once that happens, once that integration happens, you can start using marketing automation systems such as Marketo to create an automated sequence. Now, I've used a lot of different software to do these automations, Marketo being one of them, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, HubSpot, and I'm just going to show you a few of them for demonstration purposes. If we go into ActiveCampaign here, you can see that there's a sequence that's been set up called an automation. When somebody subscribes to the main list here, they're automatically given a welcome email, and then there's a delay of 2 days and a series of emails that are sent. So that's a very simple time-based nurturing sequence. Now, within a MailChimp, which is often where people start because MailChimp has the freemium offering, you might want to upgrade. And when you upgrade, you're going to have to pay for this automations, customer journeys, etc. And what you do is you just set up basically a series of emails, step 1, step 2, step 3, where you funnel people through various steps. Now, HubSpot has a similar feature. I believe it's called automations, and then there's another term they use for one-on-one emails that come directly from the sales team. So that nurturing can go on for 6 months, 12 months. I think it's something particularly in business to business that doesn't get enough emphasis is the persuasive power of automating leads, because when you're running something like LinkedIn ads, you're not necessarily capturing the people that are immediately ready to buy your product. You're getting people in an outbound approach. They're just scrolling through their feed and they find your ads. So it's important that you continue to educate them after they've entered your CRM so that they are aware of the problem. They're aware that you solve the problem. They're aware that you're the best solution to the problem, and that they're aware that they should act now instead of later. And that can happen through nurturing. And the easiest way to set up nurturing is through something like an automated email cadence. Okay, so what do we know from social media advertising is that one of the most effective creative pieces that you can create is just a very, very short video. And we're talking like just a few seconds. I remember my colleague was talking to someone at Facebook. This is when I worked in San Francisco, and they were saying that the most effective ad type they had, I believe, was 3 seconds long. So hopefully some of those principles also translate to LinkedIn. And the way we're going to create this simple video is with a tool called Canva. For those of you that don't know, Canva is an incredible tool. It's a freemium tool, so you get a lot of value out of it without paying a cent. And even the paid plan, the premium plan, is certainly worth it because you get access to a lot of stock imagery. You get an excellent, excellent tool for a very cheap price. Now, I had a lot of experience with Adobe Creative Suite, which is quite expensive and quite complicated. Canva is much, much simpler to use for somebody that is not a professional level designer. Even intermediate graphic designers will probably get tremendous value out of this. So let's go in here, canva.com. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a design. Now, they're going to have some cool templates here for videos. So you could always start with using one of these templates and editing it. But what we're going to do is we're just going to start from scratch just to show you how incredibly simple this can be. And you see here are some different templates. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select video. And if we think about the basic template for an ad, basically it's problem, agitate, and solve. So let's upload some text here. And I'm going to call this, instead of fun, I'm going to change it to problem. Whatever your problem might be for your product, I don't know, it might be having difficulty integrating something, or losing money on a particular issue, or maybe going through a divorce. Problems are quite varied, but we're just going to call it problem. And if we go to the bottom here, you can see that this is the frame 1 of the video. And frame 2 we're going to add just by clicking that plus sign, and we're going to call this agitate. Let's just put this down to 200 font. So typically what you would do with an ad is you would say the problem. Okay, you're overweight, for example. And then you agitate the problem and you start saying, are things ever going to get better? The research shows that people that are overweight tend to get more overweight. They tend to suffer heart disease. They are rejected by their peers. You amplify the problem and say what the cost is to inaction. So you're telling them that things are actually going to get worse if you don't address the problem. And this plays on the marketing psychology of loss aversion. And you're trying to overcome the status quo bias. You're saying the status quo is not things maintaining the way they are now. It's actually declining. It's actually things are getting worse. So you need to act just to stay at the level you're currently at. So it's not necessarily losing weight, but just maintaining your weight and your health right now would require you taking action. Okay, so this is the second frame of the video. And then the third frame will be solve. So this is where you say, okay, well, the good news is there is a solution. We have this special program that is going to help you change your diet. All your meals are less than 500 calories. But people are going to be skeptical, and they're going to think, oh, okay, well, this ad isn't really going to work for me. Maybe there's something in the plan that doesn't comply with my body type. So you start providing proof. And these are going to be testimonials. So it could be testimonials from people that are similar to the people you're targeting. So for example, if you're targeting doctors in your LinkedIn advertising campaign, then the video could show proof with quotation marks indicating testimonials from doctors, case studies, success stories from doctors. And in the proof, what you're trying to do is address the objections. So people are going to have objections to why your solution is not the answer to their problem. And the proof can do that. So this would be a very, very simple video where you're just saying, here's the problem. We're going to amplify, agitate the problem. We're going to provide a solution to the problem. And then we're going to provide proof. And then you might have like a call to action. And it could be a request a demo, or request a price quote, or go to a landing page or something like that. So very, very short video. You could insert images into these as well. So I could go to the photo and I could say something like weight loss. Yeah, I could put that in here. Incredibly simple to use Canva. It's really, really a great time saver. I'm not an affiliate or anything. I love the product. and I use it as a great example of how to market software as well. So let's see what this video looks like. I am going to sample it by pressing the play button. Okay, you can see we're outlining the problem, we're agitating the problem, we're going to solve the problem. And this video is just 25 seconds long. So that's even longer than you would need to. You could easily do an ad that's just 3 seconds. And what you would do is simply download it from here, download the video, and then you would upload it to LinkedIn as an ad and tie it in with some text that you add in LinkedIn, a headline, a call to action, and LinkedIn will piece it all together for you to produce a very impressive ad. I just showed you how to make a very simple video ad using Canva, which you can then import into LinkedIn. Now I'm going to show you a real world example of an ad that I used. And what we did was take some stock photography of a very short video loop of this person in an office with a dog. Added a little bit of text, added a little bit of logo, and basically produced a video in a matter of minutes for an ad. And this is what it looks like. There's no important sound effects or anything. It's just very simple animation. So you can see it's very, very simple. We're starting with the problem. Tired of typing tedious medical records. And then there's a bit of agitation while your patients and family wait. So there's some pressure added there. It's not just that you're doing this tedious task, but it's also that other people are adding pressure to the situations. There's patients waiting, your family wants you to get home on time. And the solution, try the #1 dictation software for free. So before I was talking about how you can use a more elaborate version of the framework and you can provide proof. So the proof in this case is not in the video itself, but it's in the text, which I will show you in just a moment. Very, very simple ad. You can see there's some movement here, but there's nothing super elaborate here. You don't need to create a blockbuster Hollywood video. Now, let's see how this actually looks in LinkedIn. Now, this particular video was repurposed and used for Twitter. It can also be used for Facebook ads. You can get economies of scale when you create simple videos like this beyond just the LinkedIn ads. So when you import the video, it looks like this. And you can see at the bottom, there is a call to action to sign up. Now, the end result of this video was quite impressive. We generated signups for about $28, and the video is just 8 seconds long. We're starting the text here with spending too much time on medical records. So again, just providing more detail about what the problem is, and providing more detail as well as to the solution. Did you know speaking is 5 times faster than typing? Why not try a dictation app for veterinarians? Try Talkatu, free, no credit card required, needed. So what I'm doing is I'm addressing the objections to the solution. And the first objection might be that it's going to cost something. No, it's free. And the second objection, well, maybe it doesn't cost anything, but I need to provide my credit card information. No, you don't need to. And then I go through here a list of reasons that address key objections. And how do I know what the objections are? I asked on Quora. And I said, why wouldn't a veterinarian use this type of software? So one by one, I'm addressing them. Guaranteed to work with your practice management software. No special hardware needed. You don't need any to train your voice. Your accent will be fine. I'm providing evidence of one of the benefits here, which is cutting your documentation time in half. I have a quotation. Another concern will be, okay, the product is not accurate. Okay, I'm saying it's very accurate. It understands medical vocabulary, easy to install and use. It's not going to be overly complicated. And another benefit I'm outlining here is it eases the strain on your hands. So I have a mix here. It's not just addressing objections to the offer, which is the free trial, but I'm also adding in a few benefits that maybe aren't apparent immediately. And then I'm concluding with some proof, some social proof. Talkatu is a game changer, and this is from an industry insider. Now, the call to action below the video is I'm using square brackets. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that when you're doing something like a video ad on YouTube or on LinkedIn, brackets are something people very much pay attention to. So I'm putting the call to action in there. Try veterinary dictation. I'm customizing it. I'm saying this is especially for you. It's not just any dictation software. Sign up to use Talkatu. I'm adding some energy, and then I'm reiterating the key objections here. Free, no credit card need, and then you hit sign up. You're brought to a form that is embedded in LinkedIn to sign up for the free trial. So you don't even need to leave LinkedIn after you watch the video to try the software. And that reduces a lot of the friction that happens when people are required to go to a landing page or a website. The website takes forever to load and they end up having significant drop-off. I fixed that by embedding the form within LinkedIn itself. The examples of videos that I showed you earlier are incredibly simple, and they're really not that much more complicated than doing a simple image or graphic. What I'm going to do now is show something a little more elaborate, and this is a storytelling type of advertisement to use on LinkedIn. Storytelling is really trending right now in the business world, and there's this idea that everything is storytelling, all marketing communications is storytelling, all presentations are storytelling. I don't agree with that. I think storytelling has its place. I think the most effective use of storytelling in creative strategy is when your value proposition is complicated. If your value proposition is very concrete, like we're going to integrate A and B, or we're going to help you solve X, and people are quite familiar with the product category, then you really don't necessarily need storytelling. But if there are more moving parts, or if something's difficult to understand, storytelling will be more effective. Now, I say that, and there are general rules with strategy, but the most important thing is just test it without investing too heavily, and you'll find out for yourself whether this type of ad is effective. Now, we found it was effective, particularly on Facebook, so of course we would migrate it to other platforms, including LinkedIn and Twitter ads. So let's take a look at what a storytelling ad looks like.
Laura is the proud owner of Sunnyview Vet Hospital and has been serving her community for over 15 years. Although Laura loves her job, she's overwhelmed, having to deal with ever-mounting electronic records. She often has to bring work home, repeatedly staying up late just to complete her medical records. Her family life is suffering and her husband is missing her at home. Laura is beyond stressed out, so she turns to professional help. Her therapist.
So you can see that the first 30 seconds or so of the ad is really detailing the problem and how bad it gets. We're talking about a lot of stress. We're talking about an issue that is mounting and there's pressure. And now we're going to introduce a bit of the solution.
The therapist explains how she uses dictation to speed up her note-taking and recommends that Laura give that a try. A quick online search uncovers Talkatu. While she's skeptical at first, she decides to give it a try because there's a 30-day money-back guarantee.
So we're presenting the solution, and we're also presenting a way of addressing the objection. So there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. You're not just going to invest money and waste it. There's a degree of risk mitigation that's happening.
Now Laura completes her records quickly at the end of every exam. She is so delighted.
And now we're painting a picture of the utopia that happens after you've adopted the product. You're painting a picture in the prospect's mind of what their world is like after they've adopted your solution.
She shares her discovery with the office, and now all the doctors she works with are going home on time thanks to Talkatu. Everyone at the clinic is happier. The practice is even saving on costs. Laura's husband is amazed by how her mood has improved. Because she's able to use Talkatu anywhere, Laura still completes some work at home, but in a fraction of the time, so she can spend more with family. Now, Laura looks forward to writing her medical records. It's easy to use, works on all of her devices, and allows her to cut documentation time in half. Looking back, this is the best move she's made as a veterinarian. Laura is the...
So this is a simple way of outlining what a story can be in your video ads. We've created this hypothetical person, and when you create a hypothetical person, you can have a lot of creative liberties that you cannot have when you do a case study. Now, case studies, we know, are one of the most effective forms of content marketing, arguably the most effective form. But particularly when you're starting out, you may struggle to get case studies. It's also can be challenging to get the right kind of persona included in that case study. So if you're looking for the flexibility and you don't want to have to run through the approval process and you need something quickly, you can just invent a story. And this is kind of what you see with books like Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He basically made up a story. He's been criticized for it. But when you do an animation video like this, I don't think people are being deceived at all. They know that it's a story, it's a simplification, it's a cartoon. It's literally a cartoon trying to deliver a message in a way that is easy to interpret. So that video, quite effective as an advertisement, and I want to show you what it would actually look like in the LinkedIn format. So here's how I have it set up in LinkedIn. You can see we have the Talkatu logo at the top. And what I am doing here is using a real case study in the copy. So I was spending way too much time in the after hours getting my records done. So that's a direct quotation, some social proof there. And then I'm saying, bogged down by typing and trying to complete charts before each new appointment, Dr. Hild knew she needed a solution to help save time so that she could focus on what mattered most, her patients and clients. So this is coming directly from a case study that we used based on an interview with a customer of ours. And then this solution is also a quotation, more proof, specifically social proof, which is one of the most effective forms of persuasion. I'm a better doctor when I spend time rejuvenating myself away from the office, and Talkatu helps me do that. Instead of coming in the clinic an hour early and only getting through 4 charts, I can come in an hour early and get through 12 charts because I'm dictating them, which aligns and segues perfectly into the product. We have the video, and there is the call to action at the bottom to segue people into the free trial. I want to walk you through this research that I found on Buzzsumo, which shows what some of the most effective business-to-business headlines are. And a lot of it is based on data on what gets shared on LinkedIn. And then what I'm going to do is show you exactly how I apply this in an advertisement video that I'm running. So what we're going to take a look at is what headlines are most effective. So top 2-word phrases starting business-to-business headlines as measured by average LinkedIn shares. You can see that by far the leader is how to. So how to do something. And then the X number of things, X ways. So that would be like 3 ways to, 4 ways to, top 3 ways to solve a problem or whatever. Okay, we're going to go down here for looking at further data here. The future of 3 things you could, whatever, how to get, how to make. So a lot of like how-to type of things. Most engaging single words. The, how, why, Google. Most engaging numbers that start business-to-business headlines. So 5. So 5 ways to do something, 10 ways to do something, etc. The top phrases that end business-to-business headlines are in the world, need to know, of the year, in X number of years. So what I decided to do was essentially look at this first one, which is the number of ways to do something. It's overwhelmingly the winner in this study. And I went into the campaign manager for LinkedIn and I wrote this really quick ad. I just created this presentation in Canva and then I recorded myself with a 4-minute video, and I used some screen capture software to get that. And it's 15 ways. So using that template, X ways to get SaaS demo requests and customers, because I know that that is something that SaaS companies want to be able to do. They want to be able to grow by getting more SaaS demo requests. Now, it may have been more effective if I had just included 5 or 10, but you'll see that it looks like they didn't even include 15 in the study. So we'll see how it performs. Now, if we look at how it's performing, I'm getting cost per view of about 7 cents. And as far as, so a view is just basically 2 seconds or 2 seconds of seeing the video or a click, which is a pretty low standard. So what I like to look at instead is how many people watched a quarter of the video, half the video, 3/4 of the video, or actually completed it. But in either case, we're looking at less than $1 per view for a very targeted audience. And this is so targeted, I actually imported 2 lists and didn't even expand those lists. So this is highly, highly focused. I just started the campaign and I already have 153 views for about $10. And what I'm planning to do is educate them using this video. And then what I will do is I will retarget them with another ad that's designed more for direct response to actually get them to buy a product or perhaps to sign up for something. But what you can do is you can use this kind of content marketing, more journalistic style when you're just trying to educate people about solving a problem, and then later use more sales-oriented copywriting to actually get them to take out their wallet.
Everybody types. Vets type all day, every day, filling out endless reports. And for some reason, some people like to do their medical reports after hours. Ideally, they'd love to do them after every exam. But most of the time, reports end up like this. Then there's this guy. Also, vets like to abbreviate. A lot. But what if you didn't have to type? Enter Talkatu. Dictation made simple for veterinarians. Talk, don't type. Like this.
Rosie jumped out of a truck yesterday and her owner noticed that she was limping. Period.
Whoa, that's cool. But can it do this?
Laparoscopic cholecystoduodenostomy was performed under general anesthesia, pre-medicated with medetomidine, induced by propofol, and reversed by atipamezole. Period.
That's impressive. And don't worry, it works with all your practice management software. Works on your PC and your Mac. Because of this, thousands of vets are adopting Talkatu. With Talkatu, vets are cutting their documentation time in half and are finally making it home on time. Why wouldn't you? Start your free trial today.
I'm going to give you some tips for making the best types of LinkedIn videos when you're doing advertising. And the goal of your advertising is generating leads. Now, I'm not just talking about those kinds of leads where you trick people into giving you their contact information, like they need to fill out a form to access your ebook. What I'm talking about is real leads. So the kinds of leads that lead to sales qualified opportunities. So things where people request a demo, they request a consultation, they sign up for a free trial of your product or a pilot of your project. That's the type of lead generation that I'm talking about here. So if we think about videos, we can kind of cluster them into 3 categories. So at the top of the funnel, you might have some really creative videos that tell stories and really build brand awareness. And I'm a huge fan of those types of videos, but that's not what we're going to be talking about for the most part in this video. And then in the middle of the funnel, you might have another type of story that's a case study that talks about overcoming certain problems and how you went through the implementation, etc. But really what we're trying to hone in on here is specifically the bottom of the funnel when you're trying to get those meetings generated. And there are some different angles that you're going to want to take with these videos that are not necessarily the ones that you're going to employ when you're working in the top and the middle of the funnel. So one of the key things to consider is showing your product in the context of the viewer's daily life. So rather than just showing perhaps the interface of your product or the mechanics of your product, what it looks like, let's show it in action. You want to tell a little mini story of the product being used to solve the problem, to accomplish some sort of job to be done. So there are different creative approaches that you can take. One would be an animation. So I've had a lot of success with animated types of stories, the things where you may need to get an independent agent or agency to create. You could also in-house produce a very simple video of someone talking, like a webcam, talking head video is the terminology that we often use. Another thing to consider is just a quick demo of your product. So you probably have like a 30-minute demo that follows some sort of templated structure. Well, let's condense that into a couple of minutes and show the key outcomes that people achieve with your product, or that most prospects would want to achieve with your product. Another key thing you need to consider is that almost 80% of people are going to watch your video probably with sound off. So that means that having captions is pretty much mandatory, and designing your creative around silence is important. So the little tool that I use to make this really easy is Subtitle. So I go into Subtitle, I upload the video, the captions automatically get added, I add a little title to the top. Pretty simple to do. You could also outsource it to somebody on Upwork or your internal design team, and they can quickly add some creative to make it easy to read and not just to listen to. Now, something that a lot of business-to-business marketers miss when they're doing video ads is, especially at the bottom of the funnel, you really need to address objections. So objections are going to be something like, the demo's too long. Okay, we'll highlight that the demo's only going to be 10, 15 minutes. Then there's going to be sales pressure. Well, make sure your video shows how personable you are, that there won't be any follow-up emails, or whatever angle you want to take on addressing that. Another concern might be it's just going to be some templated thing. Well, what you could have is a video that is actually a template. It's something where it is gated, so they have to put in their email to access it, but it's just a 3-minute overview, perhaps a tour of your product, and then perhaps that can segue into a one-on-one demo. Or if you're only pushing the one-on-one demo, then mention that. This is, we're only going to talk about the things you want to talk about. We're not going to walk through all the boring details of a product. It's just going to be focused on what you want to accomplish, and there's no sales pressure, there's no obligation, and in some cases you may actually provide an incentive for them to have a meeting with you. So that might be $100 or a gift card, or some sort of free offer, like 6 months free. All you need to do is watch this video and then you get 6 months free of our service, something like that. A company that I think does this really well and does demand generation, account-based marketing, advertising, and marketing in general is Metadata.io. They have this excellent video where it's just the head of marketing, a talking head video. And what he does is he just addresses all your objections about why you may not request a demo. Objections at the bottom of the funnel, that is, sort of alleviating the pressure of talking to a salesperson and making it more personable. Okay, so other key things to consider is talk about problems that you solve. So not typically high-level problems like profitability and time savings, but more specific, granular problems that you solve, the jobs to be done. You mentioned the pain points to build empathy with the prospect. And one of the main things you need to consider with LinkedIn videos is those first 30 to 60 seconds are absolutely critical. The rest is optional. So there's going to be diminishing returns when you get beyond a minute of the video. Yes, some people are going to watch it, but I wouldn't put a lot of your time and resources into investing in that 10-minute video. Avoid GIFs. Research shows from LinkedIn they don't perform very well. In your video, I'd consider telling the viewer what you want them to do next. So maybe it's clicking the button at the bottom that opens the lead capture form. Could say sign up, request demo, etc. Another thing is when you're looking at the KPIs for your videos, don't focus on completion rates. Completion rates are actually negatively correlated with other key parameters you're going to be considering. So for example, the fact that somebody didn't finish the video may mean that they've already made up their mind that they want to request a demo. I've had similar situations with job interviews, for example. Job interviews cut short and I thought, okay, well, I didn't get the job. They don't think I'm a good fit. The opposite was actually the case. They had already made up their mind that I was a good fit, and that's why they didn't need to continue with the interviews. So similar with your videos, the fact that the videos are not completed is not necessarily an indication that the video is not successful. Okay, another key thing you need to consider, because when we're doing the bottom of the funnel, when we're doing lead generation, getting meetings booked, etc., you're not just selling the product or the service, you're selling the offer itself. And the offer is that consultation, that free audit, that free demo, that free trial, that pilot project, whatever it is. So for example, it's a free consultation. Talk about the benefits they're going to walk away with from that consultation, because there are benefits, there are things that people gain from the offer that perhaps are independent or can be phrased differently than the benefits of the product itself. Another example would be if you have a free trial, talk about what they're going to be able to accomplish within the trial period. So if it's a 14-day trial, hey, within those 14 days, here's what you're going to be able to do. You're going to be able to produce 4 videos, or you're going to be able to solve X, Y, and Z. Okay, and my last recommendation is, if it's possible, what I would do is try to come up with a unique offer. So not just a generic sales conversation, sales meeting, demo. I'd try to see if you can make it something special, like an industry-specific audit for a specific audience, or review, because people are going to be much more tempted to take you up on your hard offer if they feel like it's been customized or has some special relevance to them.
One of the challenges that we face in advertising is diminishing returns. Sometimes when you launch a campaign, tons of people are interacting with your ad. You're getting the low-hanging fruit. You're getting people responding that are very, very interested in what you're selling. They're highly engaged on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter. But then what happens is it becomes difficult to scale, is how do you reach more people? And one of the easiest ways to do that is with email. You simply buy a list of people that are in your target customer group, and you start cold emailing them, or sometimes you will do something like getting them to sign up for a white paper or a webinar so that you can then engage with them further through HubSpot or Marketo or something like that. But we know that email activity is going down, response rates are going down. People are getting flooded with messages from companies via email. So we're looking to alternatives. And one thing that people are turning to is direct mail, especially in the enterprise business-to-business space, where it's cost-effective. You can spend, say, $30 on a mail-out box and an offer, and then that might turn into a $100,000 contract. So that's a good return on investment. But if you're not selling large contracts, it can be very hard to justify direct mail, even if you're sending postcards for a few dollars. And the problem is that people are not self-selecting. You're deciding basically who's clicking your ad. It's not like doing Google ads or LinkedIn image ads where you only pay, if you set up correctly, for people that click the ad. With direct mail, you're actually paying per send. Even if they just throw your postcard or whatever directly in the garbage, excuse me. So one way of addressing both of those problems, with the problems with email and the problem with direct mail, is to use the message ads in LinkedIn. And the reason is because they're going to likely be much cheaper than direct mail. So this particular one, I believe I sent out for less than 40 cents per send. And it also addresses the issue of email because the open rates are incredibly high. And LinkedIn does some things to make sure that people are actually opening and seeing it. I believe currently somebody can only receive one message either per day or per week. So there's a very high probability that people are actually going to open the message you send to them, unlike with email. So this is what an ad looks like in my inbox. I'm up in the messaging section. I have messages from people that I know, and then I have this sponsored message that comes in, and there's a little preview of what the subject line is. And here's the subject line, specifies that it's sponsored, so it's completely transparent. There's a call to action button that I can click, and it shows who it's from, so it's from me. It's been personalized with a name, a company name, and then there's a call to action again at the bottom, which both of these call to actions go to the same place, which is a form that the user submits without needing to leave LinkedIn. So let's take a look at what it looks like when we actually set this up. Okay, so this particular ad was quite effective. So I was generating marketing qualified leads for less than $20 each, which is in this industry and marketing this type of product, that's very good. And the way that we've set it up here is there's the subject line here, and then hi first name. So using these percentage signs, first name means that gets auto-filled with the person's first name. Now be careful, because when I first did this, I also put the form variables into the subject line, and that didn't personalize. So it just looks like spam. But it does personalized in the body copy. You and company name have been selected for free trial. So one of the ways that you make your message ads particularly effective is when it's been personalized and the person feels like they're getting something that is special to them. And that's very much the case. So we have certain offers that are only available to people that have certain designations, like certain professional designations. So highlighting that and reminding them that this is an offer for them specifically improves the chances that they're going to actually act on the offer. And the personalization doesn't need to just be superficial. So a lot of people think, okay, personalization with email and message ads is just all about putting a first name, but that can seem a bit fake, a bit phony. Really, ideally, you take it to the next level, which is you're personalizing based on who they are. It's been customized based on either their behavior that they exhibit, or based on some sort of qualification that they have, like maybe they're the chief marketing officer of a company, or they were recently promoted, or if you can highlight something like that, then you're going to have a much higher response rate and your cost per lead is going to go significantly down.
In the previous example of a message ad, the purpose was to get people to sign up for a free trial. The purpose of this next ad is to get people to sign up for a demo, to request a demo, which is a bit more difficult in most cases than just getting somebody to sign up for a free trial, because a demo is typically a one-on-one experience with someone, either a consultant or a salesperson, an account executive, etc. Now, in the first case, the typical target that I had in mind was a fairly small business. And the people I was targeting were either the owner of the business or some senior level person in the business. Now, in this case, I'm focused more on large businesses, and I'm focused on managers within that business. So not the CEO or not the owner operator. And there are going to be some slight adjustments that happen there, the largest being targeting. So targeting to exclude people that are in businesses that are too small. So let's take a look at the approach here. Now, the first thing is the title, or the subject. So early access demo for groundbreaking audio content marketing. Okay, so one of the most important things when you do message ads is you want it to be personalized, or not personalized necessarily in the sense that it looks like it was designed and handwritten specifically for that person, but more that this is relevant to me and it's not relevant to other people. So if I'm targeting content marketing managers, then I've highlighted here content marketing. So when a person sees that, they say, oh, this is relevant to me, maybe not to other people. So I'm actually going to pay attention to it. It's not spam. Another thing is a lot of people believe that copywriting should be pithy. It should be short, succinct, get to the point. But what a lot of people miss, and great copywriters don't miss, is the importance of adjectives and adverbs. So here I'm using the word groundbreaking, which this software is. It's groundbreaking software that completely changes content marketing to audio form rather than the standard video or text form and image forms. So groundbreaking is an emotional descriptor that a lot of people would cut out in their copywriting, and you probably shouldn't unless you are very, very restricted in terms of the number of characters. The other thing that I'm doing is I am making this offer special. So it is early access. So this country is entering the United States, so I am giving these people early access. And the other thing that I want to call out is I am promoting the offer. The offer should probably be promoted more than the product itself when you're doing direct response marketing. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing direct response marketing. They're supposed to see the ad and respond to the ad. It's not just general awareness or general education about the product. This is, we want you to book this demo. Hence the focus on the offer. And there's this call to action. So reserve your demo spot. So we only have
this person doing the demos, so you really do need to reserve your spot. He only has so much capacity. So the focus is not just request your demo, it's reserve it, because as the spots get filled up, there won't be capacity to do demos for other people. And then the call to action is repeated again at the bottom. Now this is just part of the standard message template in LinkedIn ads. Okay, so the first thing is I've put the person's name, and the way that you put a person's name in LinkedIn is you use the percentage sign and then you put first name. That's how it appears on the back end when you write it. I'd like to invite you to an early access demo of a revolutionary, so more emotion, audio-based content marketing tool. Content marketing, again, they're in content marketing, so I'm calling that out. Used by brands including Merck, LG, Garmin, and Payoneer. So this company is actually very credible. It hasn't had a lot of participation in the US market, but globally we see that there are all these credible brands that give it credibility in the US market. So Americans are going to recognize Merck, LG, Garmin, and Payoneer. So I'm trying to point out that this is not just some startup out of nowhere going nowhere. No, this is a company that's worked with very large, credible brands. And if you want to be as successful as those brands, then you may want to consider trying this product. We have 10 spots available in April and May for a US demo debut. So I am highlighting the fact that you need to act now, because once this capacity is filled, you may not get another chance, because there's not a huge sales team that can just do demos nonstop at full capacity. There is actually a limit here, and I'm simply calling that out. And it creates a sense of urgency, a sense of I need to reserve it now, otherwise I'm going to lose the opportunity. And there's kind of that I'm going to miss out, fear of missing out. And then I'm going to talk about why you should get excited about this. So audio is the next big wave in content marketing, as products like Clubhouse send shockwaves into the market. So I'm using flavorful, colorful language here that a lot of people don't use in business to business and probably should. Sumerai unleashes the full potential of audio marketing by empowering content marketing managers, so that's the target, to reach audiences in ways that were never before possible. So what I'm really highlighting is that this is something new. And with copywriting, often that's what you need to do. You need to write like a journalist, and journalists often say things like new, timely, just in. Like this kind of language gets people's attention and gets them excited. And it's true. To reach audiences in ways that were never before possible. So this is new and exciting, but it's not so new and exciting that it doesn't have social proof, because we have these big brands that are using it. So I'm mitigating the risk of trying something that's exciting and new and isn't just going to fall apart. Please reserve your demo of Sumerai today. Reserve your demo spot to either click the call to action here or here. And then a lot of the information is pre-filled, so all you do is hit submit. So I again repeated what the offer is here. Submit it. And then what I'm able to do is hit the second call to action, which is the kind of like a confirmation page on a website. And that brings me to the scheduler to book and schedule the demo. When you send a cold message out to people through LinkedIn message ads, it can seem pretty aggressive. Maybe they don't know your company. Maybe they aren't familiar with the category of product that you sell. So it can put off a lot of people when you're just like, hey, let's book a call now, or let's do a demo, or let's have a sales conversation. The way around that, the first approach that I would take before you start moving up the funnel with softer offers that are more about education, is to incentivize the offer more. And this is something that a lot of people don't even think about. So what you need is you need two offers. The first offer is your demo, your sales conversation, whatever you're calling it. The second offer is a special incentive for that individual to actually take 30 minutes of their time to talk to you. And it might be something like a $50 Amazon gift card. It could be something like Bose speakers. And if you're trying to get the attention of people that really don't have much time and are constantly getting bombarded with messages, so think Fortune 500 CEOs, think vice presidents at very large companies, If you're really in that enterprise B2B space, you need to have a really special incentive to solidify the chances that they're going to spend time with you. So in those cases, it's going to be something like an iWatch. So the headline here, instead of talking about the offer, which is the free trial or the demo, what you're going to talk about is the special offer. Hey, we're giving away a free iWatch, or a free television, or a $500 Visa gift card. That becomes the focus of the message. And you might think, hey, okay, well, anybody's going to respond if they can get free stuff, so we're going to get a bunch of unqualified prospects. That's not true, because in cases where you're going to do something like this, you're going to be very, very tailored and disciplined in terms of who you're targeting. And this works. It is a very effective way to get people to respond to your bottom of funnel marketing tactics. And it can work on LinkedIn as well. And it doesn't have to be those kind of high-ticket electronics. It doesn't have to be a gift card. It doesn't have to be cash. It could be something like a bottle of wine, or maybe it's something that that person particularly is interested in. Maybe it's season tickets to a sports team that they like. It could be a very personalized offer. And if the contract value is going to be $200,000, then of course it's worth it. The other thing that you may find when you start pushing these special incentives like gift cards is that once you get them in the conversation and they actually believe in the value of your product, they may not even ask for the offer. They may forget about the gift card. Now, I'm not saying that you should have the intention of not fulfilling it, but just keep in mind that when you're budgeting, there's going to be a percentage of people that don't actually want it, and they're more excited about what you're selling than the special incentive that you gave them to sit down with you. The other point I want to make is that when you're marketing to people that are very busy and their time is very valuable, what you're doing is you're saying your time is valuable. I'm going to pay you for your time because I respect you and because I understand that taking 30 minutes of a gamble on a product that may not have value for you may not be worth it. But by incentivizing you, I am giving you that extra boost that will make you take me seriously. The last thing I want to say is that a lot of people, when they're doing lead generation, they like to start with the top of the funnel. So these are things like white papers, search engine optimization, blog articles that talk about high-level problems. I don't follow that philosophy. I actually think you should start with the bottom of the funnel and do a lot of things that you think can be adjusted to try to make it work. And if it still doesn't work, then you move up the funnel. And the reason for this is varied, but one is there's a philosophy from Salesforce called the 3-2-1 strategy. The 3-2-1 strategy suggests that you should actually start with the bottom of the funnel, not the top. Because what you're doing is you're focusing on the low-hanging fruit. And if the result you're looking for is conversations with the sales team, then that's where you should focus your attention first. You want the shortest path to the desired conversion. And one of the easiest ways to exhaust your effort to get bottom of funnel results is by adding extra incentives. If that still doesn't work, then you need to move up the funnel and start working with medium offers, and I'm going to talk about that later on in the course. Now I'm going to talk about an exciting new advertising format that's available in LinkedIn, and it is these conversation ads. Conversation ads are kind of like decision trees or kind of like bot conversations that you would have in a live chat. It's very effective, and I'm going to show you an example of this. So I received this message from LinkedIn, from Grace, and it says, "Hi Decker, with technology playing a more integral role, etc., etc., etc. In our 7th year conducting one of the largest global surveys of B2B technology buyers and decision makers, Lincoln's later research reveals 5 key trends for technology marketers." Okay, so I'm a technology marketer. They're kind of personalizing it to me, not just with my name, but calling out what my function is. In the next day, are you interested in finding out more? Now, this is the really interesting thing, because when somebody just gives you one option, which is often the case with the standard message ads, you can say no. And what we know from the research from Jonah Berger on how to change people's minds, how to persuade people, is that when you give them options, when you give them agency, when you give them ownership of the decision, they're more likely to do what you want. And one of the ways that very persuasive people get people to do what they want is they give them several options. They say, okay, well, you can do this or you can do this. And then the person makes a decision that is actually consistent with what you want. And that's what we're getting from these conversation ads that you do not get from message ads. The agency, the choice, the multiple options. So let's say that I'm not actually interested in reading the report because I don't have enough information. Well, I can hit the yes, tell me more. But let's say that I do want to read it right away. I can do that, or I'm unsure. The other thing that you're doing is you're appealing to people at different stages in the funnel. So if I have an immediate need for this and I'm at the bottom of the funnel and I'm familiar with the product, then I might do a hard offer like request a demo, read the report, something like that. If I'm not quite at that stage, but I'm somewhat curious, I know I have a problem, I know that whatever you're promoting might solve it, then I might read the buyer's guide or I might sign up for your webinar. And if I'm not at that stage of awareness and I'm a little more high level than that, what I might do is read your white paper, or at the very least go to your website. So what you're able to do is, instead of just sending a bottom of funnel message that's a hard push to get people to talk to your sales team, you're able to give a spectrum of options that appeal to people at different stages. So what I'm going to do is show you how you would set up this type of conversation ad. I'm here in the campaign manager. I'm going to create a campaign. I'm going to stick it in the default campaign group. I'm going to set the goal as lead generation, which is my default position for new campaigns, and I'm not going to enable audience expansion. Now, the thing that I'm really going to call out here is the ad format. So previously we talked about the message ads, which look similar to the conversation ads, but you don't get the branching, the decision making, the agency that you do in this case. So I'm going to click message ad. And you can see that I'm not able to reach people outside the LinkedIn network because the conversation ad is a more complex, sophisticated type of ad. It's not just like a single image that you can put on other websites or other platforms. You see the bidding is actually quite low, so 10 cents. I'm just going to put on 11 cents to try to slightly outbid my competitors. Conversion tracking is not important for me for this. Hit next. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new ad. I'm going to call it Conversation Ad Test. I'm the sender. Now you could have other people be the sender in your company. Maybe it's the CEO, maybe it's the head of technology, maybe it's somebody in your company that has a larger internet footprint and has kind of a celebrity status. I'm just going to select the form here. Lead gen form is this one. Okay, so what they do here is they give you templates. Because the branching can get pretty complex with the conversation ads, they just set you up with some simple templates to help structure your thinking. So recruiting new hires, get donations, drive event or webinar registrations. So this might be important if you have a marketing funnel where the idea is to get people into the webinar first and then maybe follow up with those people with retargeting or perhaps emails to get them into talking to your sales team. Drive trials and demos, drive enrollment, so higher education, drive asset downloads, offer professional services, survey or poll your audience, great for market research, promote your podcast. Again, if you have a marketing funnel and you're more focused on the long term, you might do that. And then you can also choose to start from scratch with the blank option. The one that probably appeals to most of you is the drive trials and demos. So these are the sales conversations. And you can see that they already have a template filled out. I'm going to hit next step. I'm going to leave this default text as sign up for a demo, which is great because you don't always get that flexibility when you do something like a message ad. And then we're going to prompt that to lead to the lead gen form. So when they click it, it opens the lead gen form. It doesn't send them to a website or anything like that. Now the tell me more button. Okay, so this is great. A lot of people that you hit with your advertising are not going to be interested in signing up for a demo because a demo is a pretty high commitment. But what some people may do is choose the tell me more option. In other words, I don't have enough awareness to know whether I want to request a demo. You're being too aggressive. So why don't you just tell me more? So what we might do then is just send them to a website. I'm just going to say decker.com. And then what they can do is they can go to your website and you haven't wasted money. So a lot of the times when you do something like direct mail or message ads, you're wasting money. I'm not saying you're wasting a lot, but the people that don't respond to that specific offer that you're promoting are kind of wasted because they don't really have a second choice. Here you're giving them a second choice. Well, okay, at least they can go to your website, then you can retarget them, then maybe they will sign up for a demo later on. Here's the template. They say, hi, first name, my name is, so you have to replace these with the information that you want. You can completely change the script if you want. So the value prop, because I solved the biggest problem that you have, whatever that may be, with company, let's just say it's Decker Corp. Our family of products allows companies to be able to eliminate $100,000 in waste. Would you be interested in a free demo of Awesome Product 2.0? And then they can choose to either sign up for a demo or tell me more. Okay, so what it's telling me is there's some errors in the flow chart. So we can click the flow chart here, and you can see the complexity of the branching. Now, I'm not actually that interested in having complex branching because all I want is for people to either go to the website or fill out the LinkedIn native lead generation form. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just delete these because I'm not interested in building an overly complex system right now. So now we have our first conversation ad and it's in draft mode. So when you're ready to go live, you can just hit this and hit active. And the other thing that you can do is duplicate it, make some changes to test different alterations, or you can send a test message to go directly to your inbox and evaluate how it looks. So here's an example of how a conversation ad would show up in the inbox. This is a message that I sent myself. So it says sponsored, we can help companies like customer, and then it's truncated. So keep that in mind that what they're going to see will be truncated. And here it is. So simple paragraph and then they sign up for a demo, which brings them to the form. Great way to do lead generation. And for the people that aren't ready to commit, they can go to the website, which apparently is not an actual URL. That's fine.
I want to point out a challenge that we have with LinkedIn that is particularly challenging when we're dealing with the message ads. But before we get into that, I'm just going to show you my LinkedIn feed. Today I was going through a bunch of posts that I had made, and I was just curious about the data on which ones are getting the most views. And here's an interesting thing. So above here, I had posted a link with some text and an image, and it got 532 views. And I had also posted a video that got 83 views. And as I was going through posts that I had made, I realized that the video posts were actually getting far fewer views than the text posts. So the intuitive conclusion there is that, oh, we should probably do more text posts to get more coverage. But it's not actually an apples to apples comparison, because if you look at image and text posts, it's views of your posts in the feed. So is it showing up in somebody's feed or not? But if you look at the video views, it's views of the video. So you cannot actually compare these two data points, because it's actually possible that the video got more views in the feed, but it just happens to have a smaller number of views of the video, which makes sense. It's a fraction of whatever this data point should be. Now, the problem that we're going to run into with message ads is that the same terminology is actually being used, things like clicks and click-through rate, but there is no apples to apples comparison. So let's take a look. So here we are in the campaign manager, and on the left, we have a series of campaigns. We have image campaigns, video campaigns, we have message ads, and other videos up here. Now, what I've done is I've left the default interface for performance, and I've sorted the campaigns based on cost per click. And as you can see, the message ads, in all three of these cases, the message ads have a very low cost per click, less than $1 each. And then as we go up to videos, the videos actually have the highest cost per click, at least in terms of this campaign. So almost $5 per click versus 39 cents a click. And the conclusion you might draw is that message ads are the cheapest way to drive traffic to a landing page, particularly when you're running a campaign that's focused on conversions, which means conversions that are happening on your website, on your landing page, as opposed to something like a lead generation campaign where the lead capture is actually happening on LinkedIn itself. But if you acted on this information, you would be making a mistake, and I'm about to show you why. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click columns here and change from performance and go to sponsored messaging to get more accurate data. Now, this was the campaign that had the lowest cost per click. Let's take a look at what's happening here. So we sent 15 messages, and that's how we're charged. We're charged per numbers of sends, not per numbers of clicks. 7 people open. So the open rate is actually quite high, almost 50% in this case, over 50% in this case, and almost 57% in this case. So open rates are incredibly high with the message ads. Now, here's the thing that's shocking. The number of clicks is only 5 for this campaign, 4 for this campaign, and 0 for the first campaign. Now, this doesn't really make any sense because it's saying that the cost per click is 39 cents, but we didn't get any clicks. So LinkedIn's actually kind of tricking us in a way. Really what they're measuring as a click is an open. In other words, the person clicked the message to open it. So you can see that the cost per open is the exact same as the cost per click. So a click in the case of these message ads is not a click to your landing page. It's not actually traffic that you're generating. All that it is an open. It's what you would call in LinkedIn marketing, in email marketing, the open rate, the number of opens, not the number of clicks in the email, not the number of clicks in the messages. So when you're comparing the cost per click of a message ad to a video ad or an image ad, you are not comparing apples to apples. A click on a message ad is an open, whereas a click on an image ad is actually someone going to look at your website. So you need to be very, very cautious of doing this. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do message ads. I think message ads are awesome. I think the conversation ads are great. I'm just saying you need to be very, very careful when you're looking at the metrics and when you're comparing different campaign types, because the metrics that are displaying for message ads are not going to be directly comparable to what you're seeing with video ads and image ads, the sponsored message type ads.
I think that the ads that go to people's inboxes, the message ads and the conversation ads, are a great opportunity right now because I think that they are undervalued. When I'm able to hit a targeted list of 7,000 people at 16 cents per send, that to me is an indication that we're looking at a low supply market that will eventually become saturated. So it could give you a short-term competitive advantage. But there are a few warnings that I want you to watch out for. The first is competition with yourself. So for example, if you're running a campaign that is a conversation ad and another campaign targeting the same audience that is a message ad, you're trying to test them against each other, you're actually competing with yourself for inbox space. And the other thing to consider is that when you start going after highly desirable targets, like let's say CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, everybody's competing to get to people's inboxes, and you're competing with yourself. The other thing is that some of these people, they're worried are going to opt out. So people can actually opt out of the inbox ads. So what they've done is they've implemented the cap right now is once every 30 days they can receive a message in their inbox. I think LinkedIn may actually change that, and I suspect what they may do is perhaps make it more granular in the future. But this is just speculation. But I think that they may not be maximizing their revenue, and I don't think it's at the point at 30 days where people are going to get annoyed if they get one every several weeks, at least for certain types of users. But those are some things to consider. Just watch out for them and make sure that if you're really running a test between campaigns, that you're bidding at the same price point.
This is an ad type on LinkedIn that typically doesn't get a lot of attention. It's very, very simple text ads. It is the ad type that is most similar to what people are familiar with Google Ads. Now, the most typical Google ad is just basically text that you see on the search results page after you do a query on Google, similar on Bing. LinkedIn's equivalent is these ads. Now, one of the key differences that you'll notice is that with LinkedIn ads, you get a small image to go with the text. So some would say that this is the most conservative type of LinkedIn ad because you're not going to run through your budget very quickly. And one of the key reasons for that is that the click-through rate is going to be very low. And if you're only charged per click and a ton of people see the ad and don't click it, then your bill is not going to be very high. Now, the challenge here is that you're also not going to get a lot of results. So you need to focus on large audiences. So you may want to think about expanding the group that you're targeting with LinkedIn text ads. You might want to think about using this with large markets that you're addressing. So if you're going after a super niche, then you're probably going to need to show your ad at a high frequency to that group to get any sufficient volume out of it. Now, if you're a small company and you don't need a lot of new customers or new clients, then this might be all that you need, because just maybe 100 clicks results in 10 customers or something like that, then that's sufficient. But if you're looking for some level of scale, it's going to be difficult with a niche to rely on text ads. So I would say that it's a nice supplement to image ads, video ads, inbox message ads, etc. So I'm just showing 3 examples of ads that worked, and let's take a look at perhaps why they were effective. Now, I'm just looking at the creative, so there are a number of factors that go into the success of these types of ads, principally who you're targeting. What is the audience? What are the parameters that you're putting in, like job title, industry, location, etc. So the first ad here, speed through med records. Now I'm using a lot of abbreviations here because there was a character limit on what you can put on the headline or the subject. And okay, so speed through medical records, there's some energy. You can speak 5x faster than you can type. Try vet dictation app now free. So I'm highlighting what the call to action is, because in this case, I only wanted people clicking the ad if they were willing to do this call to action, which is try vet dictation app now free. Okay, so one of the key challenges with these text ads is that you have to send people to a landing page or homepage. With other ad types like video ads, image ads, inbox message ads, you can send people to a LinkedIn form. Can't do that with the text ads. So I'm being more conservative. I'm saying I only want people to click this if they're willing to act on the offer, which is trying the dictation app now for free. If you didn't have to send people to a landing page, then there are a lot of optimization issues you can avoid. But you can't do that here. Fortunately, this ad type tends to be fairly cheap, so you can focus a little less on optimization because you have more wiggle room. Okay, so focusing on a key benefit. The second version, I'm using some different imagery here. Now, LinkedIn will tell you that the most effective imagery to use in text ad is a picture of a face. I haven't necessarily found that to be true. Your case may be different.
And of course, averages are going to be distorted by anecdotes. But in my case, you can see that only one image with the person's face was in it. And even then, we had a picture of an animal to go along with it. And even the company logo performed well here. Perhaps because there was some awareness marketing being launched simultaneously. So this may be a special case. Anyways, let's take a look at the second ad. So vet who goes home early. So again, we're just framing the benefit, another benefit, but in terms of a question. So one of the key outcomes of the product is that you get to go home early because you can do things faster. She uses dictation software to cut her med record time 50%, providing a very concrete communication of what the benefit is and the proof of it. Try now free. Again, call to action, the key offer here, and using imagery that's applicable to the target customer group. And in the third version, we're talking about the same benefit, which is go home early, but I'm calling out the audience in the headline, which is something a lot of great copywriters do. They say, okay, attention homemakers, attention welders. Here I'm saying Dr. Vet, go home early. Dictation will cut your medical record time 50%. Try vet dictation now free. Again, focusing on the offer, the call to action. People click this, they're brought to the home page in most cases, to be honest. I did run a test with a landing page that didn't perform as well as the home page did. So there you have it. Very simple ad you can run on LinkedIn with very, very small investment.
One of the challenges with text ads is that the conversion happens on your website or landing page. It doesn't happen within LinkedIn itself. So that makes analytics and success tracking a little bit more complicated. And there are two ways to solve this problem. The first one that I'm going to talk about is using UTMs. So what you can do is just go to Google and search UTM generator. That's what I did, and that's how I came to this website. And what you're going to do is put in your website URL, your landing page. You type in your campaign source, which you can word this however you want. I think the most important thing here is that you type in LinkedIn so that when you're doing a search later on for UTMs, you can at least have a full list of LinkedIn URLs to see where their conversions are happening. And then what it's going to do is it's going to generate a URL for you. You can copy that URL, paste it into the LinkedIn text ads, and then all the traffic from those LinkedIn text ads will go to a unique URL that you'll be able to analyze later. So for example, if you're using HubSpot as your CRM, you could go to the traffic analysis in HubSpot, look at the UTM parameters, do a search for LinkedIn, and then you'll get information on not just the traffic that's coming in, not just the conversions, but then you'll actually be able to look deeper into the funnel to see, did those people actually become paying customers? Did the people that came in through the LinkedIn ads actually become profitable in the long term in terms of lifetime value? Now, from one of the campaigns I ran, what I found was that it was actually quite expensive to generate conversions from LinkedIn text ads. But at the end of the day, I was acquiring actual customers. So it wasn't just people that were kicking tires. So when you look at metrics deeper in the funnel, which you're able to do when you use UTMs and CRM-based data, you're able to glean those insights that you otherwise wouldn't. Now, the second approach I'm going to talk about is tracking within LinkedIn itself, which has some limitations because you're not able to look deeper into the funnel like I did. On the other hand, it's going to be faster to make changes based on leading indicators because you're able to see everything within LinkedIn itself. You don't have to manually create a UTM each time. So here is how you would actually go about installing the second conversion tracking for text ads. You would go into the campaign manager, select account assets, select insight tag, which is going to bring you to this section. And then you would say, see my insight tag, and you would need to install this code or follow one of these other steps on your website, your landing page, or if you're selling through a website such as Gumroad, you just install this wherever they allow you to in the HTML header or whatnot, or get your developer to do that for you. So what that's going to do is it's going to send information about conversions that are happening on your website back to LinkedIn so that you can centralize the data, make changes in LinkedIn based on those conversion metrics. And what's going to happen is when you set up a text ad, as I've done here, and if you set the objective as website conversions, so instead of lead generation, website conversions is now the goal, since you cannot do lead generation with the text ads. You go down to the bottom, and what you're going to have is another option for conversions. So you can see that because I installed the insight tag on Gumroad, where I was selling a product, I now have that as a conversion metric. And then when I'm looking at the success of campaigns, I can see the conversions. And you can see here that unfortunately these two campaigns produced 0 conversions. So that's one of the drawbacks of doing something like text ads, is that the conversion happens not within LinkedIn, but on a separate entity. And that means that people are likely to drop off, because every time that they have to leave LinkedIn, load another website, go to another form, those are all opportunities for people to say, you know what, I just don't want to bother. I'm going to talk about image ads. Image ads are basically the default type of ad that you would run on LinkedIn. And one reason that it's particularly effective is because it looks pretty similar to the organic posts that you would see from people in your network on your feed as you're scrolling through your phone or scrolling on your laptop. And generally, I advise that this is the first place that you start, because you have a lot of visibility on the screen when you do an image ad. A video ad takes a bit more effort to produce. It's more difficult to test video ads as well because of the time it takes to produce each video. Image ads, very easy to test. You get a lot of visibility. Click-through rates are a bit higher compared to something like a text ad, where you're going to need tons and tons of impressions to get clicks, unless you have a massive market that you're going after. But typically with LinkedIn, you're going after targeted B2B audiences. So I'm going to walk you through some examples of image ads that I have run that were effective. So here's an ad that produced results for about $35. So that's marketing qualified leads, people that sign up to try the product. And you can see that the logo of the company shows up from the LinkedIn page. And then I have some text at the top. There's an image here. Now I actually put text in the image. That's fine to do. With something like Facebook, there's very, very strict limitations on how much text you can have as a percentage of the image, but I haven't run into many problems with LinkedIn. The call to action is here at the bottom, and this, which you might call a title, but really what I do is I reiterate the call to action and simply treat it as a precursor to this button that here at the very bottom. So $35 MQLs. Let's see what we've done here. Well, I start with a social proof from a customer. I was spending way too much time in the after hours getting my records done. So presenting the problem, and then kind of further explaining the problem or agitating the problem, bogged down by typing and trying to complete charts before each new appointment. She knew she needed a solution. So now I'm teeing up the solution, and this is ad copy I'm using in video ads. It's ad copy that I'm repurposing for message ads that go to the inbox, and I'm using it here with the image ad. And then I have a quotation at the bottom, which is kind of celebrating how the solution worked. It's proof that this solution worked. Now let's look at this image ad. So this image ad, very simple. I created it in Canva and simply pulled imagery, this image from our website. So some stock imagery that has been used throughout the website and other collateral and case studies, etc. And in this case, the image is primarily focused on the text. So vet reduces her paperwork by 50% with dictation. It almost looks like a newspaper article, right? We're talking about something exciting that happened. And then I put another quotation from the customer in here, which is really just reiterating what's above it. And then I have a call to action, reiterate again, try Talkatu dictation for free. So something that you'll notice here is I mentioned this a couple of times. So there's this sign up button, there's try Talkatu here in brackets, in square brackets, and here is the call to action again for the offer. So something in direct response marketing is that you want to not necessarily sell the product, but sell the offer. And in this case, the offer is the free trial. So I'm really repeating and reaffirming what I want the person to take us up on, which is the offer to do the free trial. It's not, we don't want you to buy the product. We don't want you to visit the website. We don't want you to request a consultation. We don't want you, in this particular case, to request a demo. What we want you to do is try dictation. And I keep saying that, try dictation, try dictation. Okay, so $35 MQL is pretty effective. Here are two other ads. Again, it's the same text at the top, and then we're just testing different text in the image. So the actual image is the same, but the text within it is different. So vet reduces her paperwork by 50% with dictation. I'm using kind of a journalistic title here. I'm asking a question, working late on veterinary paperwork. So this was the outcome or the solution, and this is the problem. So I'm testing two of those out, and you can see that I don't know if it was a straight apples to apples comparison, because sometimes you do targeting changes and tweaks, but you can see that the MQLs from these were around $23, so cheaper than the earlier one, which supports the argument that your default format for copywriting, without knowing much other information, is starting with the problem and agitating the problem and then presenting a solution, which is what I'm doing with this title here, working late on veterinary paperwork. And then I've moved the call to action a little bit more up, and then I've used the same quotations. So effective template. Now on the right here, we're using, again, the same text at the top, but I'm asking a question similar to here, but why are so many veterinarians now dictating notes? And then I put the call to action in bold in the bottom right. Now both of these actually perform pretty similarly. So there may be something here about asking a question in the title. We don't really know without a proper A/B test comparing these two, but they both performed well. And of course, the call to action at the bottom goes to a sign-up form that's in LinkedIn itself. Okay, so this other example, so we're looking at about $38 MQLs. Now, I believe this one generated more leads. So often what happens is you get cheaper leads in the beginning, but then as you scale up and you start getting dozens, hundreds of leads, it can be hard sometimes to maintain those low MQLs. So I don't want to rush to the conclusion that this ad underperformed these, because it could very well be a diminishing return issue. So here we're using different text at the top. I'm saying some vets go home early. They use dictation software to cut their medical record time in half, and then I'm using quotations to kind of reiterate proof as to why what I'm saying is credible. And again, more quotations and reiterating the offer and addressing objections to the offer too. So no credit card, no obligation. Speed up your medical records by trying out dictation. And here we're using image of a person with a dog, vet who goes home early. We're using some color contrast here. And then at the bottom, the call to action. So with direct response marketing, there are kind of three things that typically you want to test. The first is the list, which is your targeting. The second is the offer. So in all of these cases, we're essentially targeting the same people, which are veterinarians, actual veterinarians with doctoral degrees. And then you want to test the creative. So kind of what I'm demonstrating with these three slides is three different types of creative. The copywriting, for the most part, is the same across a lot of them, but the imagery between this one and the previous one is quite different. We're using color, we're using a person instead of just a dog to grab attention, and we're using different fonts. So that's something that you're going to want to do is experiment with different creative to see what captures the attention, what improves your click-through rate, and ultimately what reduces your cost per sign-up. But ideally, you're going to look even more deeper into the funnel to find out, okay, of the people that signed up, how many actually became qualified leads by the sales team, and then out of those, how many became paying customers, because that's the gold metric in terms of optimization. It's the customer acquisition cost and the value that customer becomes for the company. A lot of the examples of LinkedIn ads that I've shown so far have been focused on professionals such as veterinarians. So now what I want to do is show you two different image ads that go after a different market. And here
we're looking at restaurant owners, restaurant managers, and people that have a lot of influence in the restaurant industry. And these are 2 ads that have produced some early results, but it's yet to be seen what's going to happen in the long run. But let's explore why they may be effective at this point. Now, if we take a look at the image on the ad, mobile store for any device in 5 minutes. Keep your customers connected by creating your own mobile app, free 30-day trial. So one of the key things that makes this ad effective is that it is addressing major objections. So one is time. Any time that you have to adopt a new product or a new trial, it takes up a lot of time. So those switching costs are often the biggest barrier, even a bigger barrier than money itself, especially when you're a small business owner or you're a very busy restaurant manager. So what is being highlighted here is 5 minutes. It's also saying that it'll work on any device. So one of the first objections people may have is this won't work on Android, or this will only work on iPhone. That's being addressed. Keep your customers connected by creating your own mobile app. Okay, so just a description. And then there's a strong focus here on what the trial is. Free 30-day trial. So it's free. This isn't going to cost you anything, and it can only be done in 5 minutes. So the investment is low. There's very little time required, and there's no money required. Now, let's take a look at the image. So what we have here is start making more money by reaching out to your remote customers. Okay, so the focus is on the benefit of making money, and we have an image here of some mobile phones with custom branded applications in them, which is part of the value that's being delivered here. And then we have a logo of the company. You notice that the focus of the ad is not the brand. It's not appetizer. The focus is the value and the offer, which is the free trial. So the brand only appears in a small logo here, and then of course the URL, which also has the brand. So it's not about brand building. It's about results, getting people to respond to this ad. Taking your business mobile order ahead apps. Okay, so getting people to click that. All right, another ad for this company is on the right. We have the logo at the top, which is mandatory, essentially, because it's tied to the LinkedIn page. And the focus of this ad is a case study. So what we know from marketing psychology is that social proof is incredibly important. People are essentially sheep. They do things that other people are doing. And this is especially true when they're doing something new, something they're not experienced in. They put a lot of faith in other people, especially other people that are similar to themselves. That's why, for example, when you go to a film or you're going to invest 2 hours in watching a movie, you look at IMDb, you look at Rotten Tomatoes, you look at what critics have said about the movie so that you have some assessment of how good it is before you invest time in it. Similarly, we're mitigating risk by using a case study. So when we closed dine-in app due to COVID-19, Applova mobile app covered 75% of our sales, ! Lisa, owner at Grossburger. So this is great. It's social proof that this product is excellent. And then you can't quite see it because my face is covering it. 1 second. There is a free demo icon in the image here. So again, there's focus on what the offer is rather than trying to sell the product itself, because the product itself can get sold by the sales team. The job at this point is promoting the offer, which is this free demo. And then you can click the learn more to get more information to sign up. So let's take a look at the text here. Hundreds of restaurant owners take orders with Applova. Again, reaffirming the social proof. Restaurant margins are already slim, but who knows how slim they'll get if these delivery companies start asking for more. So here the problem is being agitated and amplified. It's not just that things are going to stay as bad as they are. They may actually get worse if you do nothing. So we know research from Jonah Berger, who's a famous marketing psychologist at the Wharton School, that one of the keys to changing people's mind and motivating them is highlighting the cost of inaction. And this is the cost of inaction. You may run into a situation where the ordering delivery companies are going to increase the commissions that they're going to force you to pay. So we're simply calling that out here. Applova's, and this is commission free in this case. So you have 0 commissions. Online ordering is the easiest way to reclaim your profits. Okay, so here is something I really want to point out, which is that with direct response marketing, and I repeat this over and over, your main objective is to sell the offer more than the product. So here we're selling the demo. In this demo, we'll show you how to achieve 0% commissions, double your revenue with our new sales channel, double your customer base and build loyalty, access valuable business insights, access customer data, and incentivize customers with loyalty rewards. This is a key point that a lot of LinkedIn marketers miss, which is that you need to sell the offer, and ideally you continue selling the offer after somebody's requested it. So even if they go to your website and request a demo, even if they fill out the demo request form in LinkedIn advertising itself, that doesn't mean your job is done. You need to keep reminding people why they need to show up for the sales call, to show up for the demo, to show up for whatever engagement happens after they've clicked the ad. Because what we're trying to do is prove that we have value and that actually attending a conversation with the sales team is a valuable experience for you. It's a valuable investment. And then from there, you start talking about why the product itself is a good investment. I'm going to walk you through an example of a lead generation campaign that I ran on LinkedIn for my own consulting services. And this is something that you could do as well. So you can see here that I spent about $200 and got 15 leads at a price of under $14, over 10,000 impressions, 92 clicks, click-through rate of 0.87%. My manual bid was $2.35. Cost per impression was about $19. Cost per click, a little over $2. The main thing that I'm focusing on here is the cost per lead, which is $13 to $14. A lot of people, when they talk about LinkedIn advertising, they'll say, oh, it's too expensive. I disagree. I think it just really depends upon whether you've set it up correctly and whether you're measuring the right things. Now, I'm not saying that leads is the best measure. Customer acquisition costs would be much better, but as far as what I can see in the platform itself, that's a very good KPI to reach, and I doubt that I could have achieved better using something like Facebook or even Google. So let's go into this and see why it was effective and what the ad looks like. So we can see here that I had 2 image ads, which are referred to in the broader category of sponsored content. This one generated leads for around $14, and this was for $13. So I'm going to hone in on this particular one, the cheaper cost per lead. Okay, so we can see that the ad is affiliated with my business page, which is under my own personal name. So it's I set up a company page that basically just looks like a personal page. That's just a requirement of LinkedIn's. So need help marketing your SaaS product. You'll notice I put SaaS in all capitals. That's because LinkedIn has some requirements, perhaps not as strict as Facebook, but still sometimes you'll need to go and change because they don't like random capitalization, and they think having a capital S with 2 lowercase a's and then a capital S is arbitrary capitalization. So I had to all caps SaaS in the image and in the text. So I'm just calling out what the prospect probably wants, which is more demo requests, free trials, and paying customers, maybe a better marketing strategy, get a free quote from a Silicon Valley marketing veteran with a Northwestern Kellogg MBA. So I'm calling out some major brand names that I worked for, like Sony, that I got my MBA from Kellogg, one of the top business schools. I'm calling out some categories of consulting that people may be interested in. And then I have this image, which again is focused on text. So advanced SaaS marketing consultant, free quote. So this is a really bottom of funnel offer. I'm offering a price quote for consulting services. I'm not using some bait like a webinar or a white paper, something where you would expect a lot of people to sign up, but maybe not a lot of people would buy. I'm going straight for the quote here. I'm going straight for the marketing qualified lead of somebody that's looking for a price to do something. You can start by being that aggressive, by asking for the bottom of funnel offer. Now, you may find that it's not effective. And in that case, you need to have a more sophisticated marketing funnel where you're starting with something like, hey, watch this demo video, 3-minute demo video, and then you follow up with that person with an SDR, or if you're a small company, maybe it's just you following up with that person. But in some cases, and I would say kind of the first approach is just go for the hard offer, which I did here. And then I have the call to action at the bottom, free quote, advanced SaaS marketing. I got 9 reactions from people in the SaaS industry, and I'll talk later about how I know they're in the SaaS industry. And when you click sign up, free quote for SaaS marketing, and all I ask for is the email and what would you like a quote for. Now you could ask for more details too. Maybe there's a price, maybe you want the company, maybe you want to know whether B2B or B2C. There's all sorts of information you can ask for. Now this worked, and this is how it looks from the perspective of the prospect. Let's take a look and see what it looks like on the back end from your perspective as a LinkedIn marketer. Okay, so I just went to manage, and now I'm able to see the campaign details in the back end. So we have the objective, lead generation, and the most important thing is the audience. So I basically tried to target everywhere. And I'll explain in a second why I did that. So I hit Europe, North America, Asia, Africa, South America, Middle East, Oceania. You'll notice I didn't specify individual countries. The reason is because that would take too long. I would need to type in United Kingdom, Germany, Luxembourg. No, I can just hit them all by typing in Europe. Now, why am I targeting everywhere? The main reason is because I actually have a list. I purchased a list, contact list with people's email addresses and other information of fast-growing SaaS companies, and it was about 7,000 of them. And what I did was I imported it into LinkedIn as a custom audience. Okay, so you can go to audiences, you can go to list upload. That's what I did. Now, the other thing that I did was I did allow audience expansion to make sure that I have a sizable amount of people that I'm reaching. So when we look on the right, the actual target is 4,000, or is over 4,000. The list I imported was 7,000. Now, when you import a list, the match rate is definitely not going to be 100%. You're not going to be able to hit all of those people. You might hit half of them if you're lucky. So what I needed to do was hit audience expansion to make the audience larger. All right, it's not giving me an update on the size there, but it was important to me that I'm able to reach thousands of people and not just hundreds, because sometimes I've had cases where I've imported lists into advertising programs like Twitter, and it just barely did anything. We're talking like 10 impressions after a week. So often you need to use this audience expansion device. And you can see that the ad format is a single image. I had 2 different images that I was testing, and the budget was only $10 per day, pretty low. The default is $25, but I'm just one consultant. I reach capacity very quickly, at least the capacity that I want to be at. When I'm working on my own products, etc. I don't want too many consulting projects at once. And one of the key things here is the bidding strategy. I went with manual bidding at $2.35. So very, very cheap, especially compared to what people might expect from LinkedIn, because there's a bias out there that LinkedIn is expensive. But when you consider the effectiveness of the targeting, the effectiveness of the lead generation, I don't think it's expensive. You can also see here that the bidding prices have increased since I launched the campaign. So they are saying that similar advertisers are bidding at $373 to $1226, even though I'm only bidding at $235. So it looks like the market's become a bit more competitive since then. Now, what do you think about this? Do you think this would be effective for you? Well, it really depends on how big your company is and how much capacity you have. Now, if you're an independent consultant, you really don't need that many leads, and you don't need to run your campaign for very long at all to get the results that you need. And that's the thing with LinkedIn, is that you can get results very quickly, and you can get results very quickly without a lot of fixed cost investment.
Now, a lot of people, when they start with advertising, they invest a lot of money in the website or a landing page. They do tons of optimization. The great thing about LinkedIn is you have very little upfront fixed costs, very little capital expenditures. You go in, you pay per click, and then you turn it off when you're done. You can optimize it. It's extremely agile, it's extremely low investment, and you get results extremely quickly, as I've demonstrated here.
One of the popular ad types that you've probably seen popping up lately on LinkedIn and on Facebook are these carousel ads, and this is an example of one that I've built. You can see that you can click through here and you see all different sections of the ad, different images, different text, etc. So I've worked with these for a number of different companies, and to be perfectly honest, I've never seen an improvement in performance by using this kind of sophisticated ad. Basically, my conclusion has been that you're better off just producing a single image ad because it takes less time. Now, that said, I have anecdotal experience. I've only worked at so many companies. I've only consulted for so many companies. I think that it probably has value when you're selling something like an e-commerce product where you need to showcase different products. So perhaps a shirt with different colors in it, or perhaps there's like a bundle you have that has some critical products. I also think that products that have tons of use cases and tons of different benefits, it's very important to showcase those different ones. Now, if you do believe that it will outperform, then simply test it, and you'll find out very quickly whether it outperforms other ad types. Something you may want to consider is allocating different panels here to different benefits, or you might want to consider creating a story. So starting with the problem, the solution, or sorry, the agitation of the problem, the solution, and then the proof. So the good thing here is it can all appear in the same space. So you're able to communicate more information without paying perhaps for like a large ad placement in a newspaper or something like that. So the way that I've set this up is I've just created these different images on Canva and then exported them and uploaded them to Facebook. You can see that the offer in each panel is the exact same. Free for 3 months, limited time offer. The text above it doesn't change. So again, I'm just focused on the offer, which is the try it for free. And I'm using a presentation template to form the graphics. So you don't even necessarily need to hire a designer to do one of these. I've hired one of the top agencies to produce one before for a global campaign. It really didn't perform exceptionally well relative to other ad types, but your case may be different.
The first thing that you're going to be asked to do when you set up a new campaign is set the objective of the campaign. And you can see here that, similar with Facebook ads, there are these buckets of objectives. The first is awareness, the second is consideration, and the third is conversions. I would say that for most people, especially when you're first starting out, you should probably start with conversions. And the one that I would first identify is lead generation. If this is applicable to you, I would start here because it's much, much easier to justify a LinkedIn advertising campaign when you can directly attribute the money spent to the leads that are generated, or the demo requests, or the free consultations, or the price requests, whatever your lead offer is. Now, there are some limitations with the lead generation objective. For example, you're not going to be able to place your ads outside of LinkedIn. LinkedIn gives you the option of expanding your reach beyond LinkedIn itself to a partner network. Can't really do that when you're using this very specialized type of ad. Now, the reason that I recommend starting here is because if you're capturing the leads in LinkedIn itself, there's a much higher probability that people are going to convert. If you have to send traffic to a website or a landing page, you're introducing a friction point that may not be necessary. And when you introduce a friction point, you're introducing a drop-off point where people may not convert. And optimizing that entire funnel can get very timely and very
budget problematic, because you may need to spend more time in development, spend more time in design, spend more time on advertising. So you can actually start a LinkedIn campaign without even having a website in theory, or without having a landing page, by using the lead capture form. Now, in some cases, if this is not appropriate and you want to send people to your website, so for example, if you're running the very cheap, very simple text ads through LinkedIn, you can't use the lead gen form. What you probably want to use is the website conversion objective. And this is typically what people use when they're trying to sell something on their website through e-commerce, or they're trying to get people to hit a submit form or a sign up form or a consultation request. That's where you would use the website conversions objective. Now, slightly more complicated than the lead generation objective, because you need to install some tracking mechanisms in the website itself, but it's really not that complicated. And if you used other advertising channels, you're probably familiar with this process. So website conversions as an objective can be quite versatile. Job applicants as an objective is a very niche case. So if you're not in recruitment or HR, probably not even worth looking at this. So conversions is typically the starting point, but I would say that as your marketing gets more sophisticated, you're going to start thinking about the entire funnel, and you're going to start thinking about doing what I would call air cover, which is the baseline awareness and education that often gets people to the point where they're ready to convert. So it's what LinkedIn is calling consideration here, and awareness. So website visits is an objective that may be useful for you, getting people to visit your website and just familiarizing them with your brand, with your product offering. Engagement is another useful objective for getting things like social proof. If you want more likes, more comments, more activity on the material that you're putting out to the world, might be useful, especially if you are new, people are not familiar with your brand. One way to build trust, to build credibility, is to get more engagement on your marketing collateral. Now, in some cases, what people do with social proof, and this is done at very large advertising agencies, it's done with Fortune 500 companies, is they actually pay for engagement. They get people to actively participate on posts, on forums, on ads. So you don't necessarily have to do this as an ad type, but again, it is available as an option, as a way to perhaps do some early stage groundwork before you focus on the bottom of funnel conversions. And in the long run, it's more efficient to have an integrated marketing system that involves consideration and conversions, and involves various other channels that are off of LinkedIn. And I'll talk in more detail about that later. Video views is another useful objective. For example, if your audience is not aware of the problem that you solve, you can use videos to educate them on what that problem is. And perhaps if they're aware of what their problem is, then you can develop videos that educate them on why you're the best solution to that problem. Videos can be incredibly effective at education in particular, and awareness building. Now, the last objective here is brand awareness. It's questionable about why you would use this, because basically all you're doing is optimizing for impressions, but you can pretty much achieve the same thing with engagement, but just have more flexibility in terms of what your budgeting options are. So I'm not sure if LinkedIn is going to change the brand awareness objective to make it more sophisticated, but currently engagement should give you what you need. So I just want to highlight again that in the beginning, probably focus here. If you're more sophisticated in dealing with a larger, more integrated campaign, then probably focusing here in addition to here. So you can have different ad types. So for example, You can launch a video campaign to drive consideration, and then you can have a conversion campaign, perhaps with lead generation, inbox message ads that are designed to actually seal the deal and get people to request a demo or request a consultation. Ideally, these would work in synergy with one another and in synergy with other platforms such as Facebook. So next, I'm just going to talk about some key points to consider when you're doing this. One is that just because you're locked into a certain objective with your campaign does not mean that you're necessarily forced to use a specific bidding type. And usually you have two options. You can bid based on impression or bid based on cost per click. The one that people are most familiar with from doing ads on Google and other places is cost per click. So that's probably the best place to start. If you set your bidding to cost per click, you can control your budget much easier than you would with just driving as many impressions as possible. The other thing is that with certain ad types like text ads, you get tons of impressions, but really people don't really notice your ad just because you have an impression. Your ad is tiny. It's really not a good measure of how effective the ad is. Now, if you have like a large image ad, then the impression makes more sense because there's a high probability people actually took notice. Cost per click, much more conservative approach. Now, cost per view, most only applicable when you're running the video ads, and what you can do is do tests to see whether the cost per impression is more cost effective for you or the cost per view. So tracking your analytics is very important if you're running a robust campaign and you want to allocate your money in a sensible way. All right, now one of the key tricks here is list building. So often people on LinkedIn are hyper-focused on generating leads or generating whatever your primary offer is. So it could be a demo request or consultation or contact sales form. But with a slight level of sophistication in your marketing funnel, you can be more effective. And I want to give you an example with video viewers. So let's say you launch a campaign and you want people to watch the video, but you want to invest more heavily in marketing to people that have already watched the video. And what you can do is you can build a list of people that have watched a certain percentage of your video, and then those people you start hitting harder with other types of ads. And a typical case you would see this in offline advertising is when you're doing direct mail. You don't want to send direct mail to everyone, right? Because it's expensive, it's time consuming. What you want to do is send direct mail to people that are already a bit qualified. You already have a good sense that maybe they're going to be more receptive to an offer I send out through other ad types. So often we see this with info products, for example. They will offer a webinar that's free. So you sign up for the webinar, it's completely free. You get your 30-minute, 45-minute education, and then they upsell them on something else, like an online course. Okay, buy the $200, $300, $500 online course, and then when they do that, then you sell them on the mastermind, and then you upsell them again on the annual conference or something like that. So this is an approach that you can take, and it's also an approach that's common in business to consumer marketing with e-commerce, where you sell them a small product that's perhaps at cost, or maybe the person only pays for shipping, but the idea is the customer lifetime value grows over time because you end up hitting those people with emails that upsell them on add-ons or upsells them on subscriptions. So this is a more sophisticated approach to advertising that you should consider. All right, now the more common way to do this is to start building a retargeting list. So with your retargeting list, often you need dozens or hundreds of people before it can take effect. So you probably want to set it up early. And the key thing here is just because you're sending people to your website and doing the list building through LinkedIn itself doesn't mean that it won't help with other channels. And the reason that I suggest doing this is because LinkedIn has the most up-to-date, most accurate targeting, if I can say that.
especially in the business-to-business space, because people are more likely to update their job title, their company on LinkedIn than they are on something like Facebook. So Facebook, people's job titles might be 5 years out of date, their city could be 3 years out of date. So if you're using LinkedIn to drive people to your website, you probably know you're getting the right people. And then when you retarget through something like Facebook, you're going to have a much more effective marketing system because you know you're hitting the right people. So one of the key things to consider with LinkedIn ads is that you're creating synergy with other channels. You're creating an integrated marketing campaign that not only involves different ad types within LinkedIn itself, but also involves ad types on Facebook and also involves other offline channels like direct mail. Now, one of the key things with lead generation is that after people submit the form, which is kind of your main objective with the lead gen form type, is you have the option of adding another button at the end to send somebody somewhere else. So, for example, you might send them to your website. And then when you send them to their website, you start retargeting them. And then when you start retargeting them through LinkedIn, you also start retargeting them through Facebook. So you can see that there's an integration that starts happening here. Now, another thing that you can do is send people to a calendar on your website. So maybe they requested a demo through the lead gen form, and then you get them to actually schedule the demo. So with the lead gen ads, you're actually getting two objectives for one. One is the actual lead capture, and then you're also getting the website visits. So you're getting a more robust ad type when you drive people through different calls to action, and the lead gen form allows you to do that, which is one of the reasons that I recommend it as a starting point if it makes sense for your business and your objectives. Now, the last thing I want to point out with the objectives for your campaigns is there are certain limitations. So for example, placements. If you're doing a lead gen ad type, you cannot place your ads beyond the LinkedIn network. Now, LinkedIn gives you the option of expanding your ads beyond LinkedIn itself to a partner network. Can't do that with certain ad types like lead gen forms. The other thing is that you're going to have some limitations based on the objective you choose in terms of the ad formats. So these are some key things to consider when you're making an objective choice. I wouldn't be too perfectionistic about it, especially if you're just starting out. Play around, try some different objectives, be agile, don't get hung up on what's the perfect objective to set for your campaign. Just start small, experiment, and do some testing, and hopefully you'll find a marketing system that works cost effectively for you.
Arguably the single most important element of your LinkedIn campaign, and the most important thing arguably to test, is the targeting. And once again, LinkedIn has excellent targeting, but you still need to play around with it to get what you're looking for. So I'm in the campaign right now, and what I'm going to do is navigate to the left here where it says audience. And you're going to spend a lot of time here, and you can actually set up multiple campaigns if you want, using different ways of targeting your audience. So the first thing that I've done here is set up location as the United States. Now, if you want to go broader, perhaps you want to go to Australia, United Kingdom, all English-speaking countries, maybe all countries in the world. Maybe you want to go pretty much everywhere, but just exclude some places. That's fine. You're going to get a much larger audience size. So as you start making changes, such as the target audience location, you should be monitoring the right here. And the main thing to pay attention to is the target audience size. So right now I'm at 10,000. The other thing to note is the breakdowns here. So we have the function, seniority, years of experience, company size, industries, interest, etc. So function is something I pay a lot of attention to because often what ends up happening is when you initially set up your targeting, you end up targeting people that you're really not interested in hitting. So in a lot of cases, that's going to be somebody that's working in sales or business development. Now, business development is a little bit vague because business development can mean essentially outbound sales, or it could mean very high-level strategy. So in some cases, a CEO is actually classified as somebody in business development. But it really depends on your situation. Sales is usually pretty safe to exclude unless you're selling a product to salespeople, because you don't want a bunch of people trying to sell something instead of buying something, if you're the one trying to sell something. Okay, now there's a lot that I want to call out here. Okay, so in this case, you can see how I've set up the targeting based on membership in groups. So content marketing group, content marketing expert, content marketing institute. Originally for this campaign, what I was targeting was a job title. And that job title was marketing content manager. Now, the problem with targeting the job title was that the audience size was too small. It was about 1,800. And the number of impressions after running the campaign for a few days was about one impression. So you really don't get results targeting too small a group. Usually with LinkedIn, you probably want at least 10,000. I would say this is kind of as a general rule of thumb, a sort of minimum targeting size, unless you're in a super niche and you're just going to hit that niche with multiple types of ads. So message ads, image ads, text ads, etc. In this case, I'm just doing a lead generation campaign with an inbox ad that goes to people's LinkedIn message center. So a few things I want to call out here. So if the job title, if I wanted to re-add that, you see I cannot. Originally with the campaign, I was targeting a specific job title. It was too narrow, and now I can't. The reason is because I've specified job function. So there are parameters in LinkedIn targeting that are incompatible. So I cannot simultaneously target a job title and a job function. I made the choice to go with job function because when I didn't have this and I put in job title as well as membership in the groups, the audience size was pretty much the same. So there was redundancy. By targeting these groups, I've already targeted people that have the job title of marketing content manager. So it's unnecessary in this case, which makes it easy. The other problem I was running into was that a lot of the functions here were business development, sales, human resources, etc. People I did not want to target. So what I was doing was I was setting up negative targeting. But because I had a job title up here, I couldn't set up negative targeting for functions. So you kind of have to make a choice. Do you want to focus on titles in both the positive sense and the negative targeting sense? Or do you want to focus on functions? I was not able to set up negative targeting for the functions of sales and business development. So the easier way to do it, instead of setting up a whole bunch of negative targeting, was get rid of job title and the positive targeting and set up just me wanting to target the job functions of people that work in marketing and media communications. So by targeting just these, I'm able to omit most of the other functions. Now, this is the peculiarity with LinkedIn targeting, is that you're still inevitably going to hit people that are not in the function that you've targeted. You can see here, I am only targeting two job functions, marketing and media and communication, but still there are people outside of that space that are being hit. I don't know why they do that, but just be wary of it. Be careful with the negative targeting to try to deal with it. But you can still see that it looks like there's some overlap between the functions, which may explain it, but 72% of the people work in marketing, so that should be fine. Okay, the other thing that I was worried about was that the companies would be too big. So one thing you can do is you can set up positive targeting. So I can go here to company, and I can go to company size, and then you'll be able to choose. Do you want to go after one-person companies, small companies, medium companies, and there's certain brackets, such as up to 50 employees. But I actually chose to just exclude. So I wanted to exclude the smallest groups, and that was here in the negative targeting. So what I did was I hit exclude, and I said exclude anybody that is myself only, 2 to 10 employees, 11 to 50 employees. My concern was that by targeting people in these content marketing groups, that what I was going to get was a bunch of freelance marketing people and tiny agencies. And I didn't want that. I wanted actual corporate employees. So the negative targeting is designed to deal with that. Now, if I was really concerned with excluding agencies, what I could do is I could start putting in negative targeting for things like agency owner as a job title. I could type in media and communication as an industry and start excluding people that are in things like market research, etc. So depending on your case, you're going to have to make some choices as to whether you want to focus very narrowly in terms of the positive targeting, the people that you actually want to reach, or you want to focus more on the negative targeting side to exclude the people you definitely do not want to reach. And by looking at this, you may find, okay, there are too many junior people that are going to see this ad that are not actually going to buy the product. Years of experience tells you that as well. Scanning through these should give you some flags. So for example, here we see that there's a heavy skew towards 51 to 200 employees. If you're business to business enterprise, you don't want the bias to be towards these smaller companies. So you can consider setting that up as negative targeting or positive targeting. You may find, okay, there's a little too much weight here towards the marketing and advertising agency, marketing and advertising industry. So that suggests that I am, in fact, hitting a lot of agencies. I may want to set up negative targeting down here in the exclude section. See how this says exclude? And I could say marketing and advertising, and exclude that as a category. Now we can look at interests. So a lot of people are interested in business and management, looks good, careers and employment, marketing and advertising, social media. Okay, so all of those align. But you may find that a lot of the people are interested in things that are conflicting with what you're actually selling. Or maybe they're interested in your competitor and you really don't want people who are interested in your competitor. There's all sorts of ways to set up targeting. Here the focus is on groups, but you could focus on other types of things. So let's just take a look. So there are company attributes. You could say that let's target people that follow a certain person. So maybe you're a competitor of a particular influencer, or maybe you're a good supplement for a piece of software that people already use. You could target people that follow that company. Demographics, age, gender, usually less important than people think. Education, maybe you're only targeting people that have doctoral degrees because you're selling research to PhDs, or you're selling something to medical doctors. So education can be very useful. Job experience, specific skill set. So you're targeting people that use accounting software. Well, the skill of accounting might be relevant to you. Specific interests, so you can get very, very niche with this. If we look at audiences, you can upload a list so that you're only targeting people that are already customers of yours or are members of a niche list that you purchased from a broker. You could do lookalike targeting, so you could look at people who have become sales qualified leads with your company, and what you want to do is get other people that could become sales qualified leads. Retargeting, so reaching people who have already visited your website, for example, or visited your LinkedIn page. There's all sorts of very powerful targeting. Just play around, do some tweaking, realize you're going to run into some restrictions. Realize as well that as you start expanding your targeting, changing your targeting, the bidding is going to change. So when I first started this campaign, the bidding was at $0.26. Now the minimum is $0.3. So there's going to be some trade-offs here. Going after a broader audience or a smaller audience in some cases may mean that your price per ad, per click, or per send could go up. So go in, play around, and don't approach it with an agile mindset of I'm probably going to need to make some changes along the way, rather than a waterfall mindset of let's plan everything up front and then be disappointed when it doesn't work out. Some things are not going to work out. You are going to reach people that you don't want to reach. You're going to spend more than you want to spend per click, something like that. There are things that are inevitably going to go wrong. So you just have to get the market feedback, make some adjustments, and then go back to market, perhaps with a narrow audience or a broader audience. That's the advantage of digital advertising with something like LinkedIn, is that you don't need to commit a lot of money up front. You can invest a small amount initially, get some market data, make some adjustments, and then grow a very optimal campaign in the long run. Something I want to warn you guys about is the default campaign group. For some reason, LinkedIn forces you to have this active campaign group. You don't even actively create it, it's just there by default. And you can see here that it says in green active, and it says that it's running, even though I'm not actually running any ads or campaigns within this. So don't panic. It doesn't mean that you're spending money. It's just this peculiarity about how the LinkedIn ad groups are set up. I'm guessing that they want you to have a campaign group, so you're kind of compelled to be active on the platform. And perhaps they've done studies showing that, oh, okay, having green buttons, etc., makes people more likely to engage in the interface. But it's not something to worry about. As far as I know, there's no way to get rid of this. So basically, you just need to ignore it and focus on the campaign groups that you've actively created. One of the big challenges with business-to-business marketing is there is a lot of pressure on the marketing department to produce a lot of leads. And the way that marketers have figured out to do this is they lower the barrier to entry of becoming a lead. And one way that we do that is by asking for fewer text fields in the submission forms. So instead of asking for first name, last name, job title, company size, the amount that you're willing to spend, the sense of urgency, we just reduce it to the bare minimum, which in some cases is an email address. Now, what a lot of companies do is they specifically ask for a work email address. I do not recommend doing this. There are lots of reasons why. There's empirical evidence to suggest that some of your top revenue may be coming from people that use personal email addresses. I think you're alienating people when you do that. But so email is kind of your bare minimum in a lot of cases. And the reason is so that you can follow up with subsequent marketing through the email. But what ends up happening when you ask for a little amount of information is the sales team gets the lead. They don't really have much information. Now, they could go to the company website to get more information. They could email to get more information. But let's be realistic. The sales team only has so much time, and it's often easier if we provide a lot of information. So the challenge, though, is that your conversion rate goes down a lot, especially on your landing page, your home page. When you ask for too much information, it's too much effort. People don't want to do that. One of the easy ways around this is to simply use the native forms in LinkedIn. And I recommend this for a number of different reasons, including just improving the overall conversion rate. But the other thing is that the forms come pre-filled. So for example, this is a form that I developed that says request a vet dictation demo. The email address is autofilled, the first name is autofilled, the last name is autofilled. So a lot of the information is available without the user needing to do anything other than just submit the form. Now, what I am asking for here is the phone number, because that's important to the sales team so that they're able to follow up on this lead. And of course, I'm adding a link to the privacy policy, which is essentially a requirement for a lot of these large advertising platforms. So the pre-filled option gives LinkedIn forms a strong lead over the conventional forms that you would find on landing pages. And I just want to show you how robust this can be. So this is taken from the marketing page of the LinkedIn website. And what they're showing here is that there is tons of information that you can ask for and get very easily without much effort from the user. So if we scroll down here, we have first name, last name, job title, function, company, company size, and the email address. And this is fantastic. So now the sales team has a lead. The submission form doesn't require a lot of effort, and there's a lot of valuable information that helps decide certain things, like which account executive should handle a company of this size, and how urgent or what is the priority of following up with this lead. So highly recommend using the lead gen forms because if for no other reason, for the auto pre-filled function. I'm going to talk about the LinkedIn Audience Network because what you're going to find with LinkedIn advertising is at some point you're going to want to scale it up. And scaling it up is going to require multiple touch points with your target customers and increasing the frequency with which you deliver messages to them. One of the key challenges with LinkedIn is that sometimes people are not as active on LinkedIn as they are on something like Facebook. So expanding your ads beyond LinkedIn is one key way to be able to get access to people more frequently, but not sacrifice on the excellent targeting that is available in LinkedIn itself. So one important thing I want to point out is that there's something different called enable audience expansion. This thing is more risky. Okay, here we're talking about expanding beyond the group of people that we've selected in the LinkedIn targeting. That can be a bit dangerous because you may reach people that really are not good candidates for your product. But this at the bottom, the placement, LinkedIn Audience Network, where you're able to reach up to 25% more of your target audience by expanding your ads beyond LinkedIn itself, this is not very risky because you already know who you're targeting. You're just reaching them in different places. So I would say that in 90% of the cases, you're probably going to want to enable the LinkedIn Audience Network, but not necessarily the audience expansion. Okay, two separate things. One is about expanding who you're targeting, and the other is about expanding how you're targeting. Now let's consider another thing, which is that you cannot use the audience expansion with certain ad types. For example, if you are using a lead gen capture form in LinkedIn, you cannot use those when you're expanding beyond LinkedIn itself because the partner network may not have the capability to support that type of form. Okay, now one of the key things is a lot of people will turn on the audience network, but they don't actually take a look to see if the results are coming in from it. Now, on the Facebook advertising side, I've looked at campaigns over a long period of time, and one thing that I noticed for one project was that the most efficient channel for acquisition was not actually Facebook itself. It was the advertising that was happening beyond Facebook using the Facebook platform. That was the most efficient channel. But if you don't deep dive into the analytics historically, you're not going to see that. You're not going to know where the results are coming from. So I'm going to show you how to do that with LinkedIn, and it is by going here, breakdown on-off network. And then what's going to happen is this table you see below is going to show you a breakdown of what's happening on LinkedIn versus the audience network. So if we look at this data, what we can see is that the click-through rate is higher on the audience network, which may or may not be good, depending on what you're optimizing for. The CPM is also higher, which generally you might say is bad. Cost per click is lower, which sounds good. But ultimately, what you're going to want to optimize for is either revenue or something predictive of revenue, such as pipeline revenue, the number of sales qualified opportunities, or the number of sales qualified leads, and the cost that it takes to produce those. Now, one of the limitations you're going to see on LinkedIn is that the analytics tracking is not as sophisticated as you want. Here, we're looking at things like cost per click, cost per lead, but in reality, you're going to have to look at your CRM, look at Salesforce, for example, look at HubSpot, and start to figure out, okay, we spent this much on ads, but deeper into the funnel, how many of those people actually became paying customers? How many of them became loyal customers? And ultimately, did we produce a nice return on investment thinking about the overall customer lifetime value? One of the biggest advantages with LinkedIn advertising, and this is something that I've highlighted in other lectures in this course, is that the targeting is excellent. You can pinpoint exactly the persona that you're looking for. You can find somebody with their most recent job status, their most recent experience in various types of companies, their credentials, their education. So the accuracy of the targeting is tremendous. So one of the key things to do is you want to leverage that accuracy so that you can use it across other channels beyond LinkedIn itself. And one way to do that is with this cool tool called Scrap. Scrap.io is the website. And I'm not saying that this is the only tool you can use. It's just my experience, having tried a few of them very quickly, was that this was the most intuitive and was able to solve my problem at a very affordable price. Now, what the tool does is it basically just scrapes LinkedIn to capture the emails of people that are in the target group that you're looking for. And it's integrated with the interface of LinkedIn. So typically what I would do is I would go to LinkedIn Sales Navigator, find out the specific accounts in some cases, so the specific companies that we're targeting, and then identify individuals that perhaps are decision makers in those companies, maybe C-level, maybe director and up. Identify those people, and then there'll be a little option once you install Scrap to export those leads or those contacts and their email addresses into Scrap.io from LinkedIn Sales Navigator. So you can compile lists that are much more reliable perhaps than lists that you would purchase from a broker. And then you can do things like send emails, cold emails or nurturing emails to those individuals. You can also import those lists of emails into other targeting tools such as Facebook ads and Twitter ads. And you can also import that list into LinkedIn itself to do the targeting, although the targeting on LinkedIn is excellent, so you may not need to import a list to get accurate targeting. Now, one of the key things here is that Scrap.io allows you to categorize the list. So for example, if you're going after medical doctors in California, you can create a list, and what Scrap.io will do is it'll export the emails that are scraped from email page by page. So a page might have, say, 10 or 20 individuals on LinkedIn, and then it'll export that. It'll move to page 2 to do the next 10 to 20 people with emails. And then ultimately what you'll end up with is a list of California MDs, an email list that is in Scrap.io. You can download that as an Excel file and then use that in a cold email tool such as Lemlist, or again in another advertising tool. You can see here that with a very basic paid plan, I'm able to produce 5,000 emails, and you can see I went through probably over 90% of those here, and you can easily expand that to get a much larger list of emails. So it's a very cost-effective way to target people beyond LinkedIn itself by leveraging the key advantages that LinkedIn and LinkedIn Sales Navigator and LinkedIn Advertising provides for you. One of the most powerful tools that we have with LinkedIn advertising is the matched audiences. And the way that you access this in the campaign manager is you go to account assets and then you go down to matched audiences. And what this is going to allow us to do is to advertise to a very narrow group of people. And this is very important in marketing because the focus should be on delivering a message multiple times to the same group of people so that eventually they are nurtured and become paying customers or become higher value customers if they are currently paying customers. So if we take a look here, once I go into the matched audience category, I can choose to create an audience. And the first option we have here is to upload a list. This is one of the single most powerful advertising tools that you can have. So for example, if you have a list of customers in HubSpot or a list of prospects in HubSpot, you can export those into an Excel file, which you then upload into LinkedIn. And it may take a day or two for that to populate, but ultimately it's going to give you much stronger marketing power, because now you can be certain with a high degree of precision that you're hitting the right people with perhaps a segmented message. You might split that list into 2 different groups of people from 2 different industries and then be able to show them ads. So the upload capability is excellent. You don't necessarily have to upload from your CRM. You could access a list from a broker perhaps, or from some other source that you have, perhaps another company that you're partnered with. It's going to vary based on the case. The other incredibly powerful tool that we have here is retargeting. And retargeting is often one of the cheapest ways to generate leads, to generate results, and you can retarget based on different things. Now, the classic way is based on who visited your website. Now, if in the past you targeted the wrong people and you sent maybe anybody searching for a solution on Google ended up going to your website, but they weren't necessarily the ideal people from the right industry for you, then retargeting, you may not be ready for that yet. But if you have a strong belief that you're getting the right people to your website, then setting up retargeting is a good idea in LinkedIn. And you want to do it as early as possible so you can start building that list and optimizing the campaign early rather than late. The other thing that you can do is retarget based on videos. So people that have viewed a certain percentage of your videos will be good candidates perhaps for a stronger offer, such as a meeting with the sales team. People who visited the company page, people who already sent out a lead gen form. Common problem I see in demand generation is that people get prospects to MQL, so they sign up for a free trial, they request a demo, or they request a consultation, and then they cease marketing to those people. An important thing that you need to do is keep marketing to people after they've hit the MQL stage, and this is one way you can do that. You can do that in LinkedIn, you can do it through other channels as well. You can also retarget based on events. Another thing I want to highlight here is the lookalike tool. So you don't necessarily need to be limited based on lists that you already have in your CRM. You can import that list and get LinkedIn to find people that are similar. I've seen success here, for example, by looking for lookalikes of SQL, so sales qualified leads, people that have gone through some sort of qualification process, and then expanding the audience to people that look similar to strong candidates for your product. The other important account asset that I want you to pay attention to is the lead gen forms. This is going to be very important for optimizing your lead generation campaigns. So if we click that, we see a page like this. So one of the things you can do here is you can create a new form. This is going to be very important because LinkedIn has a lot of tight restrictions in terms of what you can change in existing forms. And if your lead gen form is associated with an inbox ad, so the message ads that go to people's inboxes, you really can't make any changes to those. And even lead gen forms that are associated with other ad types have a lot of limitations in terms of what you can edit after you've launched the campaign. So what you're going to end up doing is creating multiple lead forms, which is fine. It just requires more time being spent developing those and perhaps setting up a simple Zapier integration to your product or to your sign up backend. So we can create a new form. We can call it, often I just call it by the date so that it's easy to remember. And you choose the language, you choose the offer headline, offer details, you have a privacy policy, etc. Now, one of the most important uses for this section is being able to download the leads. So you see download leads here is grayed out. So what I'll do is I'll check this off, and then I'm able to download the leads as an Excel file, which can then be used to perhaps send to SDRs for follow-up, or it could be imported into retargeting in another platform, or imported for an email campaign that's focused more on nurturing and less on capturing the lead in the first place. So it's important that if you are creating a lot of different forms that you have some sort of nomenclature so it's easy to know which one you're referring to. You might have a demo form, you might have a free trial form, you might have a free consultation form, and you can test different ones with different numbers of fields in them. One perhaps asking for first name, last name, company, another asking phone number, and you can see which one performs better, and you can add information by creating a new form. If the feedback from the sales team is that there's certain critical information they need to have an appropriate handoff to them. I'm going to walk you through a key section of the Campaign Manager, which is the website demographics. This is going to enable you to see whether your visitors to your website are the appropriate people that you want to be retargeting, and just to kind of be a check on whether your marketing is actually hitting the right people. If it isn't, then you really shouldn't be focused on tactical changes like your creative, your copywriting, your imagery, etc., but instead just trying to refine the targeting. So if we deep dive into this, here's an example where I can see who is visiting the website based on the function that they're in. And about a quarter of them are from business development, which perhaps is not the best use of targeting. Healthcare services, okay, good, that's within the target. Sales, again, probably not the ideal people we want visiting the website. In a lot of cases, that is who is going to be checking you out, but you do not want to focus on salespeople unless you're selling a sales tool, or if sales members are part of the buying committee. Marketing may or may not be relevant, engineering, etc. What this is going to do is give you some insights into what kind of negative targeting to set up. So if a lot of people visiting your website are salespeople, you probably want to set that up as a negative target, unless those are indeed the people you want buying your product. Here's another example where I've broken it up not by function, but by industry. You can see about a quarter of the people are coming from the software industry, a quarter are coming from the veterinary industry, which is good. This is the target that we want. And these people perhaps could be partners. So don't be too worried about getting attention from people that aren't your target customer if they are potentially target partners, because a key component of the target market that marketers often miss is the partners, the target partners you want to work with. All right, we have information technology and services, again, potential partners, hospitality and healthcare, that's great, that's within the target industry. Higher education, internet, probably less relevant. May want to consider setting those up as negative industries so that we don't reach those people. So to give you an overview of what is possible here within the segmentation, we have job function, job title, company, company industry, job seniority. So perhaps if high-level people are the only people that would be interested in buying your product, then if you're seeing a lot of junior people visiting your website, you probably need to do some refining on your marketing campaigns. On the other hand, if you're doing product-led growth, the end users are the focus. So seeing a lot of people on the perhaps lower down in the hierarchy is a good sign that they're interested in the product and are using it, and hopefully that message kind of goes to the top, so the purchasing decisions are made there. Company size, if you're selling Fortune 500 software that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, you don't want mom and pop shops looking at your website, or at least you don't want to be paying for that traffic. Location, again, if you're only legally allowed to sell in a specific geography, you want to make sure that that geography is the one that's being hit with ads and traffic. Country/region and county. So you can get very, very specific with LinkedIn targeting, which is excellent, and getting a lot of useful data in terms of who is visiting your website based on the LinkedIn data. In the last lecture, I walked through the website demographics. Website demographics gives you excellent insights at a more macro level if you're trying to optimize the campaign at large. So for example, if you have a lot of traffic coming from Facebook, coming from Twitter, coming from emails, etc., that gives you a higher level view of what's happening. Now, if a lot of your LinkedIn traffic is going to your website, then you're going to get insights from the LinkedIn campaigns as well. But another important thing to do is to go to campaign performance and then click demographics. So this is a separate section where you're actually getting demographic information on who is specific to the LinkedIn advertising. So a little more micro, a little more highlighting what you can operate under within the constraints of LinkedIn ads. So here, for example, we're seeing the same variables that we did with website demographics. So job function, we can see the number of impressions, clicks, and then there's other data as you scroll through, such as click-through rate. We can look at job title to make sure that we're hitting the right people. We can see company industry, we can see company size, we can see location. So this is going to be very important for optimizing your campaign to make sure that you're being efficient, you're not wasting and targeting people that are not relevant to your ad. Also, if there's been a strategic change, you should notice that in here. If there isn't a fundamental change in terms of who is seeing your ads, then that's something you need to diagnose and go in and make a change. So make sure you look at the demographics under campaign performance and do not confuse it with the website demographics. The first section that I talked about under campaign performance was the demographics, which is great for refining your targeting and is probably one of the key things you want to do early. As your campaign is rolling for a while, what you're going to want to do is look at performance over time. And you can see here that I've set the time to all time, and I can see performance based on a number of variables. But before we talk about those details, what I want to talk about is that the gold metric for performance is going to be something like customer acquisition costs, customer lifetime value, number of customers acquired, sales qualified leads, pipeline revenue. And these types of metrics, they're not going to be available typically in your advertising platform. They're not going to be in LinkedIn. They're not going to be in Facebook. They're not going to be in Google. Where you're going to find them is in Tableau. You're going to find them in your CRM, such as Salesforce, perhaps Power BI. You're going to have perhaps independent databases or data platforms that aggregate the information and look at deep funnel metrics. However, that said, you do need to look at leading indicators, so metrics that are predictive of things like customers acquired or customer lifetime value, because you need to optimize something in the short term. And that's where we can rely on the variables that LinkedIn provides for us. And fortunately, they give us a lot of options. Key ones we're going to want to look at are going to be like average cost per lead is going to be important. So hopefully as the lead cost goes down, so too does the customer acquisition cost. Sometimes that's not the case, but imperfect data is better than no data at all. Another thing that gets understated is the average frequency. So, for example, I was talking to a colleague of mine who's excellent at demand generation and multi-touch attribution. What he found was that a frequency of 6 during a campaign that lasts about 1 to 2 months was the ideal point at which you're able to acquire customers efficiently. So that's something that perhaps gets understated in business-to-business marketing, but you may want to look at how frequency over time has compared with other key performance indicators. We can look at reach, video views, total spent, average cost per lead, as I mentioned, average cost per conversion, leads themselves, conversions themselves, cost per impression, click-through rate, impressions, clicks, and average cost per click. And we can see how these fluctuate over time. So where this becomes very important is one, strategy changes. So if you've made a fundamental shift to how you're approaching advertising, then you should see a dramatic change in this, maybe within a week or so after you've made that strategic shift. The other thing that you want to consider is major junctures. So if perhaps there's seasonality that is affecting performance, you can see that over time that, every time during the holidays we see this lull happen after Christmas or something like that. And that may allow you to change your advertising approach over time, perhaps invest more during the holidays and less after the holidays, just as a anecdotal example of how you might use this high-level performance data to optimize your campaigns.
One of the mistakes I made in digital marketing and lead generation a long time ago as an amateur marketer was relying on the metrics that were available in the digital platforms. So that means that I would look at something like the Google advertising tool to see how effective the ads were. Or I would look into Google Analytics. Or in this case, I might look at the metrics that are available in the LinkedIn ad campaign manager. But really, where you measure success is starting with the CRM. So typically that might be Salesforce or HubSpot. Periodically, what you're probably going to want to do is do an analysis with the finance team to get a more long-term perspective on what the impact is. But generally, you're looking at the ad platform, you're looking in the campaign manager to see leading indicators. So short-term results that suggest that you're going to get long-term impact. But in the midterm, where you want to see the effect on, say, a monthly basis or a quarterly basis, that's where you're looking at the CRM data. And in this case, typically, what you're looking at is the funnel, the marketing and sales funnel. And what I have up here is what a typical funnel looks like for a business-to-business company based on benchmarks from Forrester Research. And where we start is the MQL. This is the marketing qualified lead. Now, if you're running a lead generation campaign in LinkedIn that generates something like a free trial sign up, a consultation request, a demo request, a contact with sales or a conversation with sales, I would classify those as marketing qualified leads. Now, depending on your company, you may have nuanced differences there, but to me, a marketing qualified lead is a lead that marketing has qualified and said, okay, we are now going to assign this to the sales team, typically to the account executive. Now, it gets a little more complicated when you have SDRs involved, but I would still just classify MQL as this is qualified to speak to an account executive. Now, sometimes with LinkedIn campaigns, you're actually running campaigns to generate stages that are before the MQL. So these are what you might call a marketing engaged lead. So a lead that is engaging with your company in some way, maybe by filling out forms or downloading white papers. And then a stage before that, I would call a marketing captured lead. So that's something that is basically a contact that has been entered into your database. And it could be from a purchase list, for example. It doesn't have to be a lead that you actually generated through your website or through your marketing materials. Now, when you generate leads that are before the MQL stage, it is necessary to nurture them because they have an MQL. You're not able to hand them to the sales team until they've been qualified. So that necessitates things like automated emails, which in the most rudimentary sense are drip campaigns. But ideally your emails are triggered based on behavior that you see in the prospect or that they communicate to you. Now, if we look at this funnel, which is, it's not super complicated, but it's also not super simple. So it's good for basic analysis. What we see is a conversion rate of approximately 1/3 from stage to stage. So about 1/3 of leads go from MQL to SQL, 1/3 to pipeline, 1/3 to a won deal. Now, when you're analyzing your data, what you're going to want to do is look at this from the leads that are coming in through LinkedIn specifically. And you can even get more granular than that. You can say the leads that are coming in from the message ads, from the video ads, from the campaigns targeting people in certain groups versus people that are coming in from targeting job titles. Now, you don't have unlimited amount of time to analyze it based on every possible granularity. So just hone in on the things that you intuitively think are worth assessing. So if you're targeting, for example, large corporations versus small companies, that would be a worthwhile, significant difference worth analyzing. Analyzing lifetime revenue from somebody who saw one particular headline is probably not the best use of your time. So the key thing here is look at the lead sources LinkedIn and see how these conversion metrics pan out. Are 1/3 of MQLs converting to SQLs? So if only 10% of the people who request your demo through LinkedIn are actually having a conversation with the sales team, and that's my definition of SQL, yours may be different, but I'm saying SQL is a meaningful conversation between the account executive and the prospect. So if only 10% of them are converting, then you have a problem. And this is a very common problem that I see in business-to-business demand generation is there's a huge drop-off, huge chasm between MQL and SQL. And what that means is that there's a huge gap between marketing and sales. which means what you need to do is continue nurturing the leads after the MQL stage. That means you need to send them emails, SMS, you can have an SDR, sales development representative, calling them or reaching out to them for personalized support through email or through live chat. You can retarget, you can continue to advertise to the people after they've requested the demo, sign up for the free trial, whatever your MQL trigger is, so that you can get that conversion rate up from 10% to 30%. Now, what you may find is that there is no problem between MQL and SQL, but you do have a problem between SQL and pipeline. So pipeline is sales qualified opportunities, which I generally define as people that have a high propensity of buying within the next 3, maybe 6 months if you have a long sales cycle. So it's people that are a good fit, they have the problem that you solve, they seem like they have some interest in buying, and it's not some distant concept about buying. It's actually more tangible than that. So if the conversion rate there is 10%, then what you may need to do is focus more on people that have more buying intent. That means doing things like analyzing your data to see, okay, historically, of the people that came in through the ads, which ones actually became paying customers? Oh, it turns out it's actually small companies, not large companies. Okay, we're going to change our LinkedIn targeting. Or what it could suggest is the definition of an opportunity is too strict. So maybe you're using BANT to define a sales qualified opportunity. 75% of people are becoming paid customers. Okay, so the problem here is not the SQL to pipeline stage, it's actually the definition of pipeline is way too strict. So what you need to do is loosen that. Don't use BANT. Use something like, are they a good fit? Do they have a problem? And then you can kind of smooth out this marketing funnel. Now, if the problem is that the conversion rate from pipeline to one deal is an issue, then you need to focus on sales enablement and perhaps some nurturing. But there's not much LinkedIn advertising that's probably happening at this stage. This is more empowering the sales team to educate the prospect. Now, it certainly helps if you are retargeting people at this stage, people that are opportunities, to continue to advertise to them, to prove to them that you're the best solution. And where it's most effective, I would say, is when you found out the objections. So you've analyzed the CRM data to find out, okay, of the opportunities, the sales qualified opportunities, what were the ones that we lost, and doing research to figure out why you lost. So was it price? Was it competition? Was it product features? Now maybe you've rolled out those product features. Okay, so have an image ad running on LinkedIn or wherever to educate people on that. Maybe it was competition. Okay, run an ad comparing your solution to the competitors. So LinkedIn advertising can actually have a role throughout the entire funnel, from stages that aren't even on this funnel all the way down to the one deal stage. However, I would say that the primary function that it plays is around here. So it's generating MQLs. At least that's what I've been demonstrating. That's how you're able to prove effectiveness. That's where you're going to start when you're starting to build the initial stages of an effective LinkedIn advertising campaign. Now, if it doesn't work, if you're having a really hard time getting people to MQL, then you are going to have to focus more on the education stage, which is these early levels, and then emphasize nurturing to get people to the MQL stage. Another thing I want to point out is that on this bottom row here are benchmarks for top performers. So you can see that we're looking at benchmarks as high as close to 40% rather than just a third of people converting from stage to stage. So you can get this data by looking in your CRM. Your finance department might produce a spreadsheet that looks similar to this. on a monthly basis, or maybe your sales team does. It's very common in companies for the CFO to do it. And what I would do is try to isolate where the problem is. At what stage are the conversion rates low or too high? So having too high conversion rate is a problem as well, because that means you're leaving money on the table, and it probably means you need to redefine the stages. And once you've isolated where the problem is, then you can diagnose and resolve the problem using LinkedIn advertising as one of the levers you can pull to smooth out the end-to-end marketing sales funnel. I'm attaching to this lecture a resource, which is an Excel template. And this is a typical template that companies will use to assess the performance of marketing on a monthly basis. And often this is filled out by somebody in finance. Sometimes it's the chief operating officer who fills it out. Sometimes it's the marketing team. I would say that you should probably drive this if you're responsible for marketing, or if you're only responsible for the LinkedIn marketing, then take responsibility for what's happening on LinkedIn in terms of the rest of the funnel. So if someone else is responsible for the overall assessment of the marketing funnel, you should be getting data from them to see how LinkedIn's performing. Now, I've consulted for companies where they ran advertisements for an entire year and spent tons and tons of money. And when I went through the data, I realized that it wasn't profitable. They were throwing tons of money at campaigns that, at the end of the day, when you looked at the customer acquisition cost, it was extremely high. They were only getting a few customers for all the time and expenditures they're putting towards digital ads. So if you're interested in the long-term success of your LinkedIn ads, you should be interested in looking at the full funnel. Now, you're not going to have all of this data initially. It's going to take some time from when you start the campaign to when you start getting results. It's going to take time to sell to customers. So this may be something you can't really do until a month or a quarter into launching a campaign. But it's something that you should take responsibility for. The other thing I want to point out is that this is a medium level of sophistication. So often when people do demand generation, lead generation, a lot of companies actually, they don't actually look at the funnel this deeply. All they really look at is MQL, or even less sophisticated than that is just looking at leads in general. So things like white paper downloads, webinar requests, stuff like that. So I'm giving you a mid-level of sophistication where we're actually looking at the full funnel. I would say an even more advanced way of doing this would be multi-touch attribution. Here, what we're doing is just basic single-touch attribution. We're saying that we're attributing the entire success of an acquired customer to the original source that generated the lead for that customer, which in this case would have been a LinkedIn ad. But we know from marketing that there's interaction effects that happen. So for example, someone that receives a LinkedIn ad is also going to get hit with a Facebook ad. Somebody who gets hit with a LinkedIn ad is also going to receive an email. So it's a little bit simplified to say everything can be attributed to that LinkedIn ad, or everything could be attributed to organic search engine optimization. It's a bit simplistic to say that, but if the way that you're running your campaign is not that complicated, and you're not doing an integrated marketing system, and you're not doing a lot of nurturing, then this totally makes sense, and it wouldn't make sense to develop a more sophisticated marketing model. And anyways, I believe this is a good way to start. And the way that I have it set up here is the month. So we're just starting with January. We're saying the original lead source. We have paid search, organic search, partner, event, content syndication, paid social LinkedIn, which is the one that we're most interested in, paid social Facebook, paid social Twitter, paid other email, organic social, direct traffic, direct mail, out of home, TV, and other. And you can modify these however you want. You can put other months here if you want, other quarters, other half years, full years, etc. And what we're doing is we're looking at the MQLs, the SQLs, the SQOs, the SQL over MQL conversion rate, the SQO over MQL conversion rate, the 1 over MQL conversion rate, and then the customer acquisition cost, which is ultimately what we're interested in. It's just difficult to calculate, especially without assistance from finance. So SQO, just as a reminder, is essentially the same as pipeline that we looked at in the previous lecture. And basically there is potential revenue associated with every new opportunity that you generate. So an example of this, you might say generate 30 demo requests from your LinkedIn lead generation campaign. The other thing that I would do is if you have direct response LinkedIn ads that are designed to generate pipeline, you might want to separate those from other LinkedIn ads that you're running that aren't designed to do direct response pipeline generation. So if you're running a LinkedIn campaign just to raise awareness about funding that your company got or for other purposes, you should probably separate the measures of success for those types of ads from this types of ad, and I would bucket those into different groups because otherwise you're measuring success in the wrong way. So you might have something like this. Let's say 4 and 2, and then you could calculate the conversion rates, and you could say, okay, SQL over MQL times 100. 33%. Okay, so that's exactly what you would expect basically based on benchmark. And then ultimately you probably have some sort of customer acquisition cost target. So for example, if we were generating MQLs for $50 and then we had let's say a customer acquisition cost of $450, and let's say that our target was $500, then we're good. But if we look at Facebook and we see, oh, we're able to get the customer acquisition cost down to $300, then it would suggest that maybe you need to spend more time on Facebook, if it's scalable. Now, what you may find is that there is a threshold that you just can't go beyond with certain social media channels based on targeting limitations. So for example, with Facebook, it's difficult to target large numbers of people based on their job titles. Partially because the job titles are outdated, but also just people don't provide it as much as they do on a professional network like LinkedIn. So even though the customer acquisition cost may be less on Facebook, there are 2 reasons why you may stay with LinkedIn. One is that there are just limitations to how many customers you can acquire through Facebook. So it's just not scalable. And the other reason would be that the customer lifetime value might actually be higher from LinkedIn ads. But it's going to be difficult to have that data in the short term while you're making changes to know that there's a lifetime value difference. But there are leading indicators that you can see. So for example, what you may find is that people from the LinkedIn campaigns tend to sign up for your pro plan or your top tier plan, whereas the Facebook people sign up for just the normal plan. Or the people we're getting from LinkedIn are coming from larger companies, and we know larger companies buy more expensive plans, and those people stick around longer. Okay, that's not always the case. Sometimes larger customers just are not happy with their product, so they may actually be less sticky than smaller customers. Don't make too many stereotypes when you're doing these assessments. But you can use CAC is a good leading indicator of which channel is most effective. And in this case, it would suggest that Facebook is. Not always going to be true. What you may find is Facebook is very good at generating MQLs. but then the number of one customers could be 0. And that's the benefit of looking at the full funnel instead of just looking at the MQLs or the leads that are generated. Now, as you get more data and as you build up more sophisticated large marketing systems, what you may want to consider is multi-touch attribution, where you're looking at the role that each of these played in acquiring a customer. And in cases like that, you're going to have a much more robust system where you're probably going to need to collaborate with somebody in data science to help build out something like that. There are tools that you can do for attribution, like Visible. There's tons of attribution marketing tools out there that can help. But if you're just starting out with LinkedIn ads and you're not pouring a lot of money into it, I would be more confident pouring a lot of money into the ads itself and getting results rather than in the attribution and tracking, because I think one of the critical errors that marketers make is they overvalue attribution and they overvalue marketing tactics that can be measured and attributed to, rather than investing in things that have the highest impact. So focus on impact, focus on results, worry about measurement and assessments later on. Okay, the other thing I want to point out is CAC here, where I've said that the target was $500, but we actually achieved $450. That's actually the marketing communications CAC. Now, people use different terms. Often, when people just say CAC, that's what they mean. What they mean is the amount that we spent on advertising or other forms of marketing communications, usually it's advertising, in order to acquire a paying customer. But the true CAC is going to factor in other things, such as your salary as a marketing person, the salaries of the entire marketing department, the salaries that were involved in the sales that had to acquire that customer. So it gets a bit more complicated, and the true CAC is where you can play around with key benchmarks in terms of customer lifetime value, how much you can really afford to acquire a customer. But as a leading indicator and where you're going to be optimizing as a marketing person running LinkedIn ads is how do we lower the marketing CAC or the advertising CAC. And initially, when you're in the LinkedIn platform, you're going to be looking at the cost per MQL. So it's the number of leads that are generated in the platform. But in the midterm, you need to start looking at this full funnel, especially this stage. Did those MQLs become SQLs? If they didn't, you have a problem. You need to go back to the drawing board and fix it. The paradigm that we're in right now with marketing is a quantitative one. There was a lot of emphasis put on testing, attribution, measurements, quantitative value. The problem that I see is that often the marketing that produces the highest impact is very difficult to test. The other major problem that I see is there is a mindset out there that you should test everything, even granular tactical aspects of marketing that really don't matter that much. So for example, changing your call to action button from green to purple. When you're at a very large company and you're dealing with large amounts of users and you have huge economies of scale, then doing these tiny little tests may be worthwhile because every little slight improvement gets amplified across a giant user base. But for most companies, small, medium, and even the smaller of the large companies, it's just really not worth it to test those little granular details. And I would say that's especially true when you're in business to business and you're dealing with more of a one-on-one approach to marketing to prospects. What you really need to do is make sure that you're testing the things that really matter. And when it comes to direct response marketing, lead generation, demand generation, there are basically three things you want to test. Now, at the higher levels of marketing, when you're talking about strategy, there are other things you want to test, such as, do we focus on partners more than we focus on end users? But that's not what we're talking about here. Here we're talking about lead generation. And the three things that you need to test, the three most important things to test before you start getting into those silly little things like the color of your button, is number one, the audience, the targeting. There are different approaches to targeting, and you should be doing different variations of them. There are different lists that you could purchase from different brokers. Okay, let's test both of them in LinkedIn ads, see which custom audience produces the better results. Let's test a custom audience versus the native targeting already available within LinkedIn and see which one produces the best results. Second is the offer. This is something that a lot of marketers don't appreciate enough. An offer is something like a free quote, a free consultation, a webinar, a white paper, a free trial. Those are different types of offers, and it is worthwhile to test different offers. And the third thing is the creative. So this is typically where people start with testing, but I would say that it's arguably the least important. The creative is your copywriting. So your headlines. Is your headline a question? Is it a statement? Is it provocative? Is it straightforward? It's the body copy. It's the image that you use. Is it an image of the product? Is it an image of the target customer? Those types of things. Now, what we'll do is we'll go into LinkedIn and I'll show you how you can approach testing these. So here I am in a campaign group, and I can see that I have 3 campaigns within this campaign group. Now, in order to test the audience, which is the first thing that I'm interested in testing, what I'm going to do is take a campaign and I'm going to duplicate it. So by duplicating it, I'm essentially saying that everything is going to remain the same except the one variable that I'm going to change, which is going to be the audience targeting. Now, there are scientific approaches to testing where you only change one variable. And then there's more intuitive approaches to testing where you're a little more agile and you may want to actually change multiple variables at once. So I would say the larger that your company becomes, the more you want to do scientific testing where you're doing true tests to get insights. The smaller you are, the more you need to be just seeing what grabs. Okay, let's test a whole bunch of things very quickly, see whatever pulls, and then let's iterate and build on that. Now, one of the reasons for that is just that you just are never going to get statistical significance when you're very small because you're dealing with small amounts of data, small amount of customers. It's going to be impossible to do true scientific tests all the time. The other thing is that you need to move quickly when you're small. You don't have enough time to see, okay, what was the impact on customer lifetime value from that test? You're probably not going to be looking at customer lifetime value. You're going to be looking at earlier indicators like click-through rate, leads generated, because that's just the stage that you're at that point. So what I did here was I just created a duplicate of the campaign, and what I'm going to go in and do is just change the audience. So you can see here I'm targeting basically a whole bunch of countries in the world. If you're interested in changing the location, you can go in and change that. Often what you may want to do is change the targeting based on groups versus job titles. Or you might change it from certain types of groups versus another type of group. Or you may want to try seniority levels. So often business-to-business companies focus too high level. They think, okay, it's always going to be the CEO that is interested in our product. Well, okay, why don't we try director level? Industries is probably an even higher level, more meaningful test that you may want to do. Perhaps you don't know, is the dental industry more interested in this, or is it the medical doctor surgeon industry? Is it going to be manufacturers, or is it going to be software providers? If that's not clear to you and your research hasn't really clarified which industry is better for you, then you could use LinkedIn to do that sort of test. So you would just go in here and start making some changes. You just get rid of these and start adding whatever industry you're interested in targeting for the second variant of your campaign. I go to company. I could change the size of the company category. There's all different variables that you could alter here. And I would say that you can, at least initially, make multiple changes to the audience, because that's the key variable you're working on, is the audience overall. Now, you can change multiple variables under the audience, but did changing the audience at a high strategic level have a significant impact on the performance of the advertising? Okay, so you would just go through here and then you would hit save. You're not going to change the bidding or anything because that's going to distort your data. Bidding something that you could test separately. So the audience is possibly the most important thing to test initially, and you're going to be able to see how many leads came in, the cost per lead coming in from one audience versus another, just by looking at the performance of the campaigns. So I can see here, for example, let's change this to all time. Okay, so in this particular campaign group, I actually see that there were no key results coming in, so no leads coming in. So it's very difficult to actually assess performance in this particular campaign group. But I could look at something like clicks, impressions, and other kind of leading indicators that may not necessarily be vanity metrics, but are predictors of where impact could be. So for example, we can see this one had fewer impressions. Now, the second thing that you're going to want to test is the offer. And I think it's highly understated how much you need to test offers. If your goal is to get a conversation with sales, you could market that as a conversation with sales. But what a lot of people do is they market it as a demo or a consultation. But you could get more creative. You could present an offer that is a return on investment session or an insight session or a one-on-one assessment of your capabilities of using this revolutionary new technology. There's all different ways to package offers. And with direct response, you really need to focus on the offer itself. There's empirical evidence to show that by focusing on the offer, your results, and actual financial results in terms of how much revenue you generate, tend to go up the more you focused on the offer. So in this case, what I did was I had two different offers. This one was a free quote, and this one was getting your question answered. And what really surprised me is that I actually generated a lower cost per lead, cost per MQL, from asking people to request pricing than I did from asking people to get their question answered. Which is very counterintuitive, because you would expect that a pricing offer would appeal to people that are lower in the marketing funnel. And people that are lower in the marketing funnel tend to represent a smaller group, and it tends to be a more expensive offer to produce. But that's not what happened. It was actually the case that people preferred to take me up on the harder offer. And that's why it's very meaningful to do these tests, because often we think that offering something like getting your question answered or a free white paper, that these kind of content-based offers are going to be cheaper to produce. in general, the third most important thing to test is the ad creative. So what I might do here is look at the ad variants that I have, and I would click here and create a duplicate so that everything's the same. And all that I'm altering in that case, it's not the offer, it's not the targeting or the audience. All that I'm altering is the creative, which the main thing here would be this image, but it could also be the text above the image. But ideally not changing the description of what the offer is. So for this purpose, I'm just going to edit the current creative. What I would do is I just go in here, start changing the introductory text. So for example, I'm starting with a question. Maybe we want to instead use a different creative strategy. Rather than asking a question, what we might do is tell a story. Or we might use different copywriting frameworks like problem, agitate, solve. There are tons of different copywriting frameworks. You can look them up on the internet, test those ones. You could test video ads versus single image ads to see how those different campaigns perform. The copywriting on the image could be altered. Maybe this is going to be bright red instead of blue. The main thing that I would say is focus on gross changes rather than tiny tactical changes. So one thing that marketers obsess with is email timing, for example. Do we send the email at 4 p.m. on a Wednesday or 9 a.m. on a Saturday? Those are like tiny little tactical changes that don't really matter that much. We want to go for big, bold changes. Okay, so provocative image versus conservative image, for example, would be a big, bold change. And remember, the focus is on impact. Are you able to get a significant, bigger impact? Don't get caught up in the science of testing where it's, let's just isolate one little thing, like just the headline and the image, and test that. You're not at that stage unless you're an extremely large company where tiny little details amplify into big negative or positive impact. So one thing I could do is just delete this image, this ad image, go into Canva here, create a completely different image, upload it here, and then save the changes and launch the campaign. And then I will be able to see which creative outperformed the other. Okay, the last thing that I want to say with respect to testing these three things in LinkedIn is by default, LinkedIn, similar to Facebook, does not do proper A/B testing where they're allocating an equal amount of traffic to one ad variant versus the other. That is not the standard default way. When you create ad variants, LinkedIn is using its artificial intelligence to try to optimize the campaign. It's not relying on you to look evenly at the experiment and say this is the winner or not. If you are interested in doing a proper A/B test, and I would say initially don't bother. I would just create a ton of variants of ads, campaigns, etc., just to get some initial data, see where you're winning, and then build upon that. But as you get more established and get more traction, what you may be interested in doing is getting more insights to help clarify differences. So for example, if you're trying to do research to figure out, okay, what is the positioning of this company, or what is the fundamental value proposition, or you're trying to hone in on a granular subsegment, then you're going to want to do proper A/B testing. So you need to click this little gear icon and you're going to hit rotate ads evenly. That way you can be confident that there is a fairly even distribution of traffic to the variants, and then you can start drawing more conclusions, more decisive conclusions about which outperform the other. So let's say that you've been running your LinkedIn ads and you've been pushing people with your hard offer, which often is a free consultation or a demo request. Let's say you've done some testing, you've really pushed the limit on it, and you're still not getting results.
This is suggesting to me that the campaign that you're running with these people, they're just not ready to talk to a salesperson. They don't have enough information, or they're just not ready to make that kind of commitment. So there are 3 ways that I would approach this next. And what you're doing is you're just moving up the funnel a stage. Okay, so instead of focusing on that bottom of funnel offer, now we're focusing on like the middle of the funnel, or the top of the bottom of the funnel. So the first thing is push a medium offer, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. That's approach number 1. Approach number 2 is to push a webinar, and there are 2 different types of webinars. There's like a live webinar, the standard type that you hear about, and then there's a pre-recorded webinar, which can look like a webinar, or it can just look like a pre-recorded video. The third is to push another piece of content, such as a white paper, but not just any type of white paper. There's a specific kind of topic that you want to use with that, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. So people aren't responding to the free demo promotion. First line of attack is think of a medium offer. So instead of a hard offer, it's not a soft offer like a white paper. It's not a hard offer like the consultation. It's a medium offer, what I'm calling a medium offer. So an example of this would be a demo, but it's not a demo where you have to talk directly to a salesperson one-on-one, which is a strong commitment. There's a lot of pressure there. Instead, what it is a pre-recorded demo experience that's typically around 5 minutes. And you can see here that companies like Keep do that, and Adobe does something like a product tour. It could also be something like an interactive sandbox experience. So a demo in the truest sense of you get to actually demo the product and play around with it. And this is gated, so people have to give you information the same way that they would when they request a consultation. So you could run like a lead gen form on LinkedIn, getting people to sign up for this. So what they'll do is they'll provide their email and potentially other information as well through LinkedIn form. And once you've captured that information, you're going to do fulfillment. So you're going to email them with access information to the demo experience. That could be automated if you integrate the LinkedIn form through Zapier with your product, or you could just do it manually. So you could download the emails, contact information into a CSV, and then just have somebody, maybe a virtual assistant, follow up with these people. At least initially, when you're still trying to see if it'll work, it's better than building a full integration. Here's another example of a medium offer. Not ready to talk to sales? Watch a 6-minute Rollworks demo video to learn how it all works. So when people request a medium offer, give them some time to experience it, and ideally you'd be able to track whether they're actually consuming it. And then what you do is you push them into the hard offer, which is the one-on-one consultation. And there's different ways you can do that. So one is you have a sales development rep, a SDR, follow up with everyone that requests this medium offer, such as a demo video. You also include calls to action within the demo experience to request a consultation, or to schedule a live demo, or maybe there's a live chat pop-up that comes up during the demo. So what you're doing is you're funneling people from this into what you really want, which is the conversation with the salesperson. The other thing that you can do to perhaps alleviate some of the pressure is create a group demo. Sometimes these can be fabricated where it's not actually a group demo, you're the only one in there, but then there's some gimmicky stuff that makes it look like there are other people in there. I don't really like the idea of deceiving your customers, but some companies do that, and they do that with evergreen webinars as well. Now, the second thing, and I don't have any examples for this right now, but is doing a webinar. And the kind of webinar that you want to do is something that's focused on the problem that your software solves, or is actually on your software itself. And of course, it doesn't need to be software. Whatever your product is, you can create a demo around that. I work with a lot of software companies, so that's typically the examples that I use. But it could be a factory device. It could be a book that you've written and you want to have a webinar talking about what the book teaches you. It could be any product or even service that you're trying to sell. And the webinar can be live, where I think this is more effective when you're selling a very expensive product, like a large business-to-business enterprise item, because then people can ask questions at the end of the webinar, and you're going to have to do a lot to encourage people to sign up. You have some time limitations and restrictions in terms of how many people can register. But if you're selling a product that is not super expensive, you probably don't want to spend your time on a live webinar, because it's not really worth having account executives on hand to answer questions, etc. What is better is doing a pre-recorded webinar or an evergreen webinar, and it might just be talking about some narrow, specific red-hot pain that your target customer has and that you solve. Now, where I think a lot of companies go wrong is they create webinars to maximize registration. And often what that means is discussing a topic that is of most importance to the customer, but maybe isn't directly easy to segue into the product that you sell. So you get a lot of interest and the customer gets a lot of value, but the company doesn't really get a lot of value. What's better is focusing your webinar on something that's further down in the funnel, that's a much easier segue into your product. Now, the third thing that you can do is come up with another piece of content that's not a webinar, not a medium offer. Instead, what it is something like a white paper and a buyer's guide. So for example, right here, the buyer's guide to choosing Amazon automation software. So this is very bottom of funnel. It's focused directly on how you select which software to purchase. Here, malware analysis, build or buy. So it's helping people with the purchase decision. Guide to marketing, to inbound marketing and automation. Okay, that's a little bit further up in the funnel, but maybe if it was a guide to inbound marketing and automation software. So the idea here is that you're creating offers that are an easy segue to the sales team, so that once somebody takes you up on this offer, you can put them into a very simple and short nurturing stream that may just involve a phone call from an SDR that should easily get that person into a conversation with the account executive. So there you have it. 3 ways to deal with the problem of people not taking you up on your hard offer. Number 1, offer a medium offer like a pre-recorded demo. Number 2, offer a webinar. And 3, offer something like a white paper or a buyer's guide that encourages people to talk to a salesperson later on. And the way that you would set this up in LinkedIn is the same way that you would set up a promotion for something like a demo request. You would just go and create a lead generation campaign. You would add introductory text. You would have some sort of image, either of the medium offer, perhaps a webinar. Your call to action may change a little bit. It might be something like register. So register and reserve your spot in the webinar. Or it could also just be sign up, the same way you would with a demo request. So sign up to get your free access to this buyer's guide or something like that. Or it could be download, so to download a white paper. So let's say that you've been running the LinkedIn ads, you tried pushing your hard offer, your consultation, your free quote, etc. Didn't work. Then you tried pushing the medium offer or the webinar or the buyer's guide, and let's say that didn't work either, and you did a concerted effort to make both of those approaches work. If that's not effective and you're not getting customers, now what I would do is go back to the drawing board and what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at a model that was developed in the book Breakthrough Advertising, which you can see here is incredibly expensive, $400 on Amazon. I don't know why it's so expensive, but fortunately we're not going to need to buy the book to actually get the framework. Now, in this book, Eugene Schwartz presents what I would say is the single most practical customer journey model / marketing funnel that I've ever seen. Now, there are more sophisticated ones developed by McKinsey. There's more popular ones like the general awareness consideration purchase models that you may be familiar with, but this one is the most practical from I'm executing a LinkedIn marketing campaign. It's not working. What do I do? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at this Interactive's website, and they present their version of the funnel that's presented in Breakthrough Advertising. Now, they've made a little bit of tweaking to it. I do some tweaking to it myself as well, so that's fine. But basically, you're not going to have to pay $400 to get the book. We're just going to use this as a general framework. Now, basically, the people that you're targeting are going to fit into one of these categories. They're either unaware, they're problem aware, they're solution aware, they're your solution aware, which is like product aware, and deal, which is they're ready for whatever special offer or discount you have to buy your product. Now, often, if your LinkedIn advertising is not working and you followed the instructions I've mentioned about bidding and targeting, etc., now what the problem probably is that you're trying to hit people at a level of awareness that they are not at. So for example, if people aren't even aware that they have the problem that you solve, and you're pushing them into a demo request for your product, which is this stage, they're at this stage, and you're trying to speak to them as though they were at this stage, it's not going to work. And the way you find out this information is research. So talk to people, and the best way to talk to people is to pay them money. You say, I'm going to give you a $100 Amazon gift card or $50 Amazon gift card. I just want 30 minutes of your time. Tell me about your company or your life if you're going business to consumer, and why you wouldn't be interested in requesting a consultation for my product. The other thing that you can do is just reach out to your network, your friends, your family, your Facebook, your LinkedIn, etc., and just try to find people that fit the target customer group that you're going after and figure out what problems they're having and whether they're even aware of the problem or the way that you describe the problem that you solve. So let's say that that is the situation, that the bulk of people that you've been targeting are not actually problem aware. Well, in that case, there's no point in pushing a demo for your product. They're not ready for that. Instead, what you may want to consider doing is educating them on the problem. Hey, did you know that manufacturers lose $100,000 per year due to inefficient lighting systems? Or did you know that manufacturing companies in North America are underperforming their European counterparts due to inefficiencies in their operations? So the focus of your content, of your LinkedIn advertising, becomes education at this stage. Just proving to them that there is a problem that is worthy of their attention. And one of the best ways to do that is through social proof. Like, did you know that 99% of top performing manufacturers have solved this problem? Here's how you can too, blah, 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 blah. Now let's say that they are aware of the problem, but they're not aware of the solution. They're not aware that whatever product category you're in is the solution to that problem that they have. Well, in that case, you need to educate them by saying things like, did you know that our product category has been proven to be the best solution to that problem? So basically what you're doing as your LinkedIn advertising doesn't work is you're just moving up stages until you reach the stage where the bulk of the target customers are at. So pushing something like a coupon deal to buy now, probably not going to be very effective. Pushing something like a demo could be very effective.
pushing something like education about why your product category is the solution to a problem will be effective, but it's also more difficult to segue into something like a demo request or a conversation with the sales team. So what you may need to do is run a campaign that isn't focused on getting people to talk to the sales team or to sign up for anything, but maybe it's just a video and you're just trying to generate as much video views as possible through LinkedIn to educate people on the problem or to educate people on why your product category is the solution. And that's how you start to build a more sophisticated marketing system where it's no longer just about how many people do I get to sign up, but instead it's about education. How do I educate people and make them aware of something so that then I can run other types of marketing that's designed perhaps in a month or so to get people to actually respond to a consultation request or requesting a quote through the website. And what you can do is you could run LinkedIn ads that now are not optimized for leads, but instead are optimized for awareness or for video views or for reach in general. In the previous lecture, what I mentioned is that you may need to move up the funnel depending on the level of awareness of the target customers that you were going after. So if they're not responding to bottom of funnel offers or middle of funnel offers, then what you need to do is start pushing education that educates them on things like the problem or the solution to the problem that they have. And the way that you would do this is you would create a campaign in the campaign manager, which I've set up here. And here we're not focused on conversions. So we're not focused on lead generation, website conversions, or job applicants. Instead, what we're going to do is focus on consideration. Now, generally, you would think that you would focus on awareness. But the issue here is that when you select awareness as an objective, it gives you more limitations in terms of bidding options. So really, what you want to go with is engagement, just because engagement is a more versatile alternative to the awareness. It's a less restrictive option. So you can go in here, optimize for engagement in your posts, for CPM, etc. So what you may want to do, for example, is create a campaign that's designed to create a lot of comments and a lot of likes, that's designed to create some sort of cascade word of mouth effect where people are talking about a key problem in the industry. And the way that you're measuring success is not lead generation. You're not trying to get people to sign up for your demo. You're just trying to get them talking and thinking about the problem. So that's kind of your initial stage of education before you start hitting them with other ads, such as inbox ads that are trying to get people to actually register for a demo or sign up for your 3-minute webinar or whatever. Okay, so engagement would be one of the first things I would consider. Another thing that I would consider is optimizing a campaign for video views. Because here, if people are actually watching the video, then there's a high probability that they're being educated on whatever level of awareness you're trying to reach them at. So let's just click video views as an option. And then we can select a country, Serbia, United States, wherever. I've selected English as the language. I can, for example, upload a list of people. So maybe there are about 10,000 target executives I'm trying to reach. Well, I could import that list and try to hit them. I would probably uncheck audience expansion in most cases, unless the audience is just way too small and I need to reach more people, which you can see is not the case currently. Select video ad. I would enable the LinkedIn Audience Network to reach those same people on other platforms, which is great. I could set up a daily budget, and let's say that it's $25 per day, and a target cost of 5 cents. So this is great. It's allowing you to look at marketing from a broader level instead of just short-term lead generation. So by hitting the larger market with a campaign designed to get people to watch videos, what you're doing is you're setting yourself up to have an easier time with lead generation down the road. Just constantly bombarding people with a message of
buy now, buy now, buy now, or request a quote, request a quote, request a quote, you're only able to access a very small group of people that are buyer ready. But when you focus on education marketing through things like video views, then what you're doing is you're broadening the market of potential leads that you can get in the future. In this lecture, I'm going to talk about retargeting. One of the most important concepts in demand generation and lead generation is that you do lead nurturing. So you generate leads or capture leads, but then you need to further educate and promote yourself to those leads so that they're ready to buy or they're ready to talk to a salesperson. Now, typically when we think of lead nurturing, the classic example is a drip email campaign, so a time-based series of emails, which can be very effective. But one of the easiest ways to do nurturing is through retargeting. And traditionally, people think of retargeting as sending ads to people that have visited your website. But there are actually easier ways to do retargeting, and we're going to start with those, and then I'll also talk about website retargeting. So what I'm going to do here is go to the campaign manager and click Account Assets. I'm going to go to Matched Audiences, and we're going to create an audience. So you can see you have different options here to create an audience. One is uploading a list, which is great. If you spoke to a list broker and you have a list, you can upload that. But what I'm particularly interested in is this retargeting option. So for example, I mentioned the lead gen forms a lot. Well, we could choose to retarget people who have submitted a lead gen form or have submitted perhaps any one of 10 different lead gen forms that we've created. Now, something to keep in mind with LinkedIn retargeting is that currently the list needs to reach a size of 300 in order to do retargeting. So if you're at too small a scale, you're not going to be able to do retargeting. It's something that you're going to want to set up for future campaigns. But it's great to start building that list sooner rather than later. And the other thing to keep in mind is that retargeting based on in LinkedIn events is easier because you don't need to install a pixel or a tag or anything like that. So retargeting people that have MQL through a lead gen form is a great idea. A lot of marketers believe that once they generate a demo request or free trial sign up or whatever, that their job is done. Their job is not done because often that's where there's a huge drop off is after the MQL stage. So it's good to retarget those people with a message that convinces them that it is meaningful to actually show up to the sales conversation. Another thing that you could do is you could retarget based on people that have gone to your LinkedIn page. So not your website, but the LinkedIn specific page. Should be very, very easy. Another thing to do is retarget people that have watched a video. So I mentioned earlier how moving up the funnel by promoting a video that educates people is a great way of reaching people at the level of awareness that they're at. Now what you might want to do is start pushing lower level, further down the funnel types of marketing messages. So now that they're problem aware and they're solution aware because of the video, and you know that they've seen the video, you can start hitting them with demo request campaigns now. So image ads, for example, that start talking about the benefits of the demo, not just the benefits of the solution generally. Now, the last one that I want to mention here is retargeting based on website visits, which is the more traditional one that people think about. So you would click that, and what you can do is you can retarget people who visit certain pages of your website, or perhaps it's just one landing page that you're interested in retargeting. You could do that as well. But there's something that you need to do before you do that, and that is install the insight tag. So you would go here, hit insight tag, and then you have some different options. So what you'll need to do is install this code on your website or your on-balance landing page, whatever, or get your developer do it, or use the Google Tag Manager. And then what you're able to do is continue to market people after they visited your website or landing page. I'm going to walk you through how to set up a simple marketing funnel using LinkedIn ads. And the funnel structure that we're going to use is these 4 stages. So at the first stage is people that are not aware that they have a problem. The second stage is people that are aware that they have a problem, but they don't know the product category that can solve the problem. They're not very familiar with that type of product. And the third stage here is people that are aware of the product category that you participate in, but they're not familiar with your brand and your product, at least not to any level of depth. And then the last stage is people that are product aware. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that we're selling a chatbot. And the chatbot solves some problem. Maybe it's a marketing problem or a customer success problem. And what we're going to assume is that everybody we're targeting is category unaware. So they know that they have a problem. They're just not aware yet that chatbots can solve that problem. So we're actually going to ignore this first stage here. And the basis of the funnel, the way that we're going to do it mechanically, is by creating retargeting groups. And we're going to have different campaigns for each retargeting audience. And the largest audience is going to be people that watch a video. And what we're going to do with that video is we're going to broadcast it to people that are not aware of chatbots. Or at least we're going to assume that they're not aware. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a video that says something like, did you know that problem X could be solved with chatbots? Or did you know that you can achieve 50% cost savings using chatbots? Something to that effect. Hopefully it has like a specific outcome, 100% reduction in churn rate, whatever the chatbot solves. And then what we're going to do is maximize this campaign for views within our target customer group. And then we're going to create a second campaign for a webinar. And that's going to be an event. And anybody that RSVPs to the event is going to become product aware. So during the webinar, we're going to talk more about chatbots and solving the problem, the same way we did in the video. But then we're going to segue into a discussion specifically about how our product helps with that. And then we're going to do a series of promotions to help get people to actually become even more aware of the product using lead gen forms. So top of the funnel is a video campaign. It is not a direct response campaign where we're trying to get somebody to sign up for anything. We just want them to watch the video. So we're going to create here a create campaign. I'm just going to stick to the default here. And we're setting the objective as, in the consideration category, video views. So it's not lead generation, it's not awareness, it's just views of the video. And then in this case, I have an imported list that I'm targeting. But I mean, you can set up your own targeting parameters however you want. And I'm changing the bidding strategy to target cost. And we can see here that, okay, about 6 cents per view. We can play around with that. We can see what kind of numbers we get out of that. But let's just say we're going to throw budget. And the objective is just to get those people to watch the video. Okay, we don't want them to sign up for anything. We're not doing lead gen. We're doing education. We're educating them about how chatbots solve a problem, not collecting leads or registrations or anything. It's too aggressive at this point. So we're just focusing on educational content. The second thing that we're going to do is create an event. So on your personal profile, you can create an event here and then hit create, and you can set up an event. So we could call it how to reduce churn by 75% using chatbots and our brand. You can set a date for it, description, benefit 1, value 2, maybe like a testimonial from a case study. You know, all sorts of proof points that prove why somebody is going to get value out of actually showing up. Maybe you have a credible guest speaker that's going to attend. You could use the LinkedIn registration form. So I'm going to check that, and then you would have to put in your privacy policy. So the event could be LinkedIn Live. LinkedIn Live is something you have to apply for. You could have a link to somewhere else like Zoom or YouTube or whatever. But basically, I'm saying this is a webinar to give more in-depth education on chatbots and then a brief introduction into the product that I'm selling. And you can do the same thing on the business side instead of just your personal LinkedIn. And you go to your company page, you hit admin tools, and you go to create an event. Exact same process to set up an event for people to RSVP to. The next thing you would do is set up another campaign for marketing the event. So instead of marketing the video, you're marketing the event itself. And the key thing here is the audience. So when you get down to the target audience, don't use the same targeting that you did with the video, because the video ads top of funnel, it's going after a whole bunch of people. This event is only marketed to people that watch the video because they're ready for deeper information. And when you advertise the video, you can specify what percentage of the video you want them to have watched, because typically a video view in LinkedIn ads qualifies if people only watch 3 seconds. But when you do the advertising side, you can say they had to have watched 25% or 50%, whatever. So we're going to set the audience as retargeting. So we're retargeting the people that watch the video. And I would click video here. Now, important thing here is you can also retarget people that watch events. We'll get to that in a second. So we're retargeting people who watch the video, and what you would do is create a video audience. And you can set different parameters here, but essentially maybe you would go after a group of people that have watched at least 25% of the video in the last 90 days. The next stage is to create a third campaign that's a pure lead generation type of campaign. For this, I chose to go with a message ad. So this is an ad that's going to people's inboxes. And typically this is where people start. They start with ads where it's sign up for our demo. Sometimes that's just too aggressive, and you'll see in your data whether people are responding to that or not. So when you need to set up a more sophisticated funnel like this is when you're aware that customers aren't that familiar with your category, especially if it's a new category, or if people just are not responding to your aggressive push to get them into a demo experience. So set up a lead generation campaign. In this case, we're going to use retargeting again, and we're going to retarget people that RSVP'd to the event. So those are the people that are more familiar with the product. They're product aware. Set the ad type as message ad. And what we would do is set up a lead gen form to get people to actually sign up for the webinar right there on LinkedIn without needing to send them to a landing page. The sign up form for the demo request can be connected to your systems using something like Zapier, or you can use like the built-in integration to HubSpot that's available in LinkedIn. And once the prospect has been entered into your CRM, you can put them into an automated email funnel using ActiveCampaign or HubSpot or whatever you're using. And basically just continue to nurture the lead, continue to remind them to show up to the demo, talk about the benefits of the demo. The other thing is once they submit the lead capture form for the demo request, provide them a link to actually schedule it on a scheduler, perhaps with your HubSpot link or your Calendly link. So to quickly recap, we used a video to make people aware of the chatbot category. We used a webinar event to make people aware of our product specifically. And then we used a demo to start getting people that were already product aware to have a conversation with sales and hopefully on the first steps towards becoming a paying customer.